you are not able to realize yourself. And I'll give you an instance. When I was born, the opportunities we had in this economy was far more than what it is now. But we as a people can recreate those things. The global economic opportunity in the world has actually multiplied several times than what it was in the 70s. But our own opportunity has shrunk because of the decision we've taken as a people. And when I talk of the decision we've taken as a people, it is twofold. Those we put in position of authority and those of us who put them in position of authority. Because if we put the wrong people in position of authority, they will give us garbage in, garbage out. So I don't need to talk about this. These are figures. These are how the economy has fared in the past 10 years. In 2013, this economy was growing at 5.4%. 2014, 6.2%. It is not a report card on the government, but it's a fact of the matter. We witnessed 2 recessions in 2016 and 2020. I should use the mic. Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me? Okay, good. So we've seen 2 recessions in the past 7 years. And when the economy goes into recession, it simply means the value of goods and services produced in that economy has shrunk. Do you get what I'm saying? And when the value of goods and services produced in the economy shrinks, it means that the per capita income of the citizens declines. So even with your best effort, you are not able to generate on average basis. And I need to emphasize, on average basis, you are not able to generate the same level of productive activity that you used to generate, which means your wealth has weakened. And economic growth and economic success or failure are simply a fact of the decisions the people take. So it is not a nature thing, it is a nurture thing. I've heard people who say, look, I have 5 kids, all the 5 kids are stubborn. They are, I don't know what I've done to God. I said, it is you that have refused to train your children well. So it is us as a people that have made our economy to be in this situation. So why is it that Nigerians are feeling the pain? It's because even for those who are employed, the value of your money has continued to erode. In 2013, the inflation rate was just basically 6.4%. But today, as at the end of, for the month of August, we're on 20.5%. What that means is that for every average Nigerian, your income has been eroded. It then means, for you to interpret what has happened in August, simply means if you were earning 100,000 naira August last year, and you are still earning 100,000 naira today, what you are now earning is 80,000 naira. Do you get what I'm saying? And these things are not nature. It's because of the decision we've taken as a people. And sometimes they say, global economy, there is inflation everywhere in the world. I say that's true, but all you producing countries are having deflation. I mean, disinflation. Angola has seen a material reduction in the inflationary rate. Reason is this: the Angolan kwaza has appreciated by more than 30% between January this year and now. In January, the Angolan kwaza was about 600 kwaza to $1. As at yesterday, it was 422 kwaza to $1 because they are producing oil, and we used to be the largest oil producer. And the fact that we're not producing oil is not because nature has done anything wrong with us, because we took wrong decisions, and we've not addressed some of the failings and weaknesses of the economy and the society. That's why we can't produce crude. So, for an average family, what impacts most on you is your food inflation. Because, like one of us said here, the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, the basket is about 452% on food. An average household, because we're not yet rich people, spend most of their income feeding themselves. Food inflation in August was 23.12%. Depending on what you eat, you will realize that most Nigerians of more than 23 points. But like I said, I don't have so much time. And we are part of the global. Whatever you do, you can't wish it away. You can't wish away consuming foreign-made goods. I'm happy with my sister from Central Bank who said the more Nigerian-made items we consume, the stronger the currency, the stronger our reserve, the less pressure on our reserve. That's a fact. But we can't run away from consuming foreign goods. All of us are using phones, is that right? All of us have smartphones, is that right? So all of us have data. Data is not produced anywhere in Nigeria. Do you get what I'm saying? So whether you like it or not, you are buying data, so somebody has to pay for it with foreign currency. Many of you do Zoom meetings. If you're on a commercial Zoom, you're paying for it. Even in your personal consumption, you can't say everything you eat and take and wear are all made in Nigeria. Nobody's producing television in the country. Is that not so? Are you not going to use television? We are 215 million people, so there are certain minimum foreign exchange demand we will incur. So that's a fact. But what has happened? Our production of or earnings from foreign export has declined, whereas our population has continued to increase. So what that means is as the population keeps increasing, our demand for foreign exchange will increase by virtue of size. And unless we are productive enough, and being productive enough is a matter of choice that the policymakers must make. And like I said, we have proof of concepts. Nigeria used to be a net importer of cement. Policy decision of the government made Nigeria to be a net exporter of cement. Is that correct? Limestone was here before man was created. It has always been there when we were importing cement. But government said, we have this limestone, we have to mine it, we have to make it an economic sector. In our own time, we had a time when total number of active lines in the country was 445,000. That total number of active telephone lines was 445,000 lines. Policy decision allowed licenses to be done transparently. NCC was set up, it was a policy. Is that correct? Auction of licenses were done, policy. Today, we have one of the highest penetration of telecommunication services in the world. Policy. So, where we are today is a choice that we use our hand to inflict on ourselves. But in any case, that's why you are seeing your currency. In 2013, a dollar had officially was 157 naira to a dollar. Today, last year average was $410. I think currently CBN will be within is about $403. That's official exchange rate. Parallel market. So, and I keep saying this is not because it's not happening to us because we are black people. It's because happening to us, we are taking the wrong decisions. So, and why I'm sharing this because these are what is tugging on your income. This is what is tugging on your wealth. This is what making you poor. And I want to address from two perspectives. What do we need to do at the corporate level? At the corporate level, I talk about corporate level, I mean as a people, as a nation, to change our economic fortune. And then what do we need to do as individuals to change our economic fortune? Okay. This just tells you the unemployment rate. Q4, December 2014, unemployment rate was 6.41%. Only 6.14% of Nigerians were unemployed. Today, as at last time when MPS refused to bring further data, the last data they brought was Q4 2020. Almost 2 years ago, unemployment was 33.28%. I don't want to accuse them that they don't want to publish the figures. But let's assume that they've gathered all data on everything they do, but they refuse to get the data on unemployment. But 33% of Nigerians were unemployed as of December last year. Every Nigerian household is carrying the burden of unemployment. It's very simple. The fact that your relation will demand on you, who should be working and earning income, it simply means your income is now being distributed to more than one way who should benefit from it. If all of us are employed, our individual and collective will be richer. Is that not so? Why are we not employed? Because policy choices by leaders has created an economic environment that is difficult for businesses to thrive. Imagine what we've gone through here in the past 30 minutes, waiting for light to come back. Well, this will show you the implications of wrong economic or weak economic performance. Your life expectancy has remained one of the lowest in Africa. In average, those of us who are more than 52 years are living on extra time. We're living on extra time. But those who are living in Thailand, China, in China, when they see people like me, they say, you're a small boy because you have so many years to live. But here I'm an agbalagba because I have given extra time. Because our economy is weak. It doesn't present opportunities. Your human development index is low. So, in effect, we as Nigerians are struggling against unfavorable climate, environmental factors. And that's why I said I was quite happy with what my young friend Fife said. So that you will know that you have to keep struggling. You know, you have to keep struggling. I tell my friends that when they see me jumping around, I say, look, at your age, you are still jumping around. I say, I have to jump around. You know why? We're on a treadmill. Have you ever been on a treadmill? When you're on a treadmill, you are running, sweating. You are not moving anywhere. But if you just stop small, you fall off. So that's where we are. So you have to keep running to at least, at the minimum, maintain your current standing. For those who are paid employment, your salary has remained 30,000 naira per minimum salary for the past 4 years. We talked about what has happened to the exchange rate. We talked about what has happened to inflation. So, head or tail, your standard of living had deteriorated. We're going to talk about, like I said, what we need to do about these things. Okay. Of course, you know what's happening to the government. They keep accumulating debt. We are 41 trillion as at the end of March. $100 billion is what the Nigeria owes. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about so much of this. Is the fact that we keep spending more than we are generating. And this all these are not, they are not imposed by nature. They are choices we've made as a people in determining who leads us. And I want to tell you, young people, you have an opportunity to remake that decision. Okay, I'm going to go straight to what I call the myth of the fact. Of course, you know, Nigeria in a wrong company. Like I said, I was one that told Nancy we need to make this brief so that we can sustain the attention of young people. And I said Nigeria in young company. In 2018, in 2015, of the world's 736 million extreme poor in 2015, 368 million of them, or half of the total, lived in just 5 countries. We are in part of that company. What are those 5 countries? The 5 countries with the highest number of extreme poor are, in descending order, India top the rank. Followed by who? Followed by Congo Democratic Republic, and followed by Ethiopia and Bangladesh. That was in 2015. Fast forward. This year is what? 2022. This graph has changed. Some of those we are telling that your hand looks like a spirit. They are the ones telling us that you are a spirit. India is now second. Nigeria has overtaken India. Bangladesh and Ethiopia has exited the extreme poor. So why am I saying this? Because we need to realize that our situation was imposed on us by the decision we've taken in our leadership. So no matter how motivated you are, you have to contend with those factors. If we like, we can start jumping up here. If they're taking light, they've taken light. Is that not so? So what we need to do is to put a system in place that the light will never go. So I'm going to bring us to today's figures. As of 2 days ago, I'm going to show you the population of these countries that were ranked as among the poorest in the world. India was leading. India is understandable because you are doing head count because India then had a population of 1.3 billion. Today, India has a population of 1.4 billion. But where are we? And how are we taking people out of poverty? Now, let's look at Nigeria. As of 2 days ago, 69.9 million Nigerians were living abject poverty, living on less than $1.9 a day. How much is $2? $2 parallel market rate, 1,400, is that right? We're saying that 70 million Nigerians cannot earn up to 1,400 naira a day. But the painful thing is this, that every minute, 2.3 Nigerians go into extreme poverty. Do you get what I'm saying? For every minute that passes, bam, every 60 seconds, 2.3 Nigerians additionally become extremely poor, can no longer earn 1,400 naira. Let's look at our fellow laggards. Congo DRC. They have the second list. But probably you need to look at this, that the population as of 2 days ago, by World Poverty Clock, was 215 million. Congo has a population of 3 million. They have 68.2 million people in abject poverty. Congo, every minute, push 0.3 people into poverty. We're pushing 2.3 persons into poverty every minute. Now, let's look at India. India has a population of 1.4 billion people. The number of extremely poor in India is 51 million. India has a population of 7 times Nigeria's population. 51 million of them are in abject poverty. We have 215 million people, 70 million of us are in abject poverty. Only 4% of Indians are in poverty. But that's not the good news only. The good news only for India is that every second, 0.3 person leave poverty in India. For every second, bim, you know what second is? Bim, 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 0.3 person leave poverty. For us, every 60 times, 2.3 persons enter poverty. And you are telling me that it's nature? Now, look at Ethiopia. Ethiopia was among those 5 bad cases. Only 8% of Ethiopians are in poverty today. Ethiopia has a population of 118 million people as of 2 days ago, but for every minute, 0.7 persons in Ethiopia leave poverty. The only countries that are putting more people into poverty are who? Nigeria and Congo DRC. So if you say Indians are Indians, they are more intelligent than us, well, I don't think they are more intelligent than us. What of Ethiopians? Look at Bangladesh. Bangladesh was one of the bad cases in the world. Today, only 5% of Bangladesh, they have reduced their poverty level to 8.6 million people, from close to 80 million. Every minute that passes, 3.6 persons in Bangladesh leave poverty. I've included Angola here so that, why I included Angola? So that you know it is not a matter of, I was speaking with somebody yesterday, said Nigeria is a very rich country. Usually we have leaders say we're a very poor country. Countries are not rich because they have natural resources. Countries are rich because you people seated here have skills and are creating wealth. And I said to the person, what is our crude oil production? Crude oil production per capita is one of the lowest in the world among the oil producing countries. So we're not rich, but we have the capacity to create wealth through all of you. If we create an environment and we motivate it strong enough like banks are done so that you can realize yourself, we must create an environment and then give you the opportunity to realize yourselves. So as I gradually wind down my presentation, how countries can have, how countries have reduced poverty and arrested economic decline. Because that must come first. The environment must be right, and then what do you need to do as individuals? One, improve food security through the improvement in agricultural productivity. What is one of the reasons why we're pushing more people into poverty is because food production has collapsed. One of the things other countries have done is to make sure that every average household can feed themselves at lowest possible cost. We have the arable land, we have massive land, but people cannot even go and produce in some states. Is it an accident? That people are collecting taxes from farmers in places like Zamfara State. Is it an accident? Is it not nature? It wasn't there 10 years ago, was it? And if we do nothing, it will get Abuja. As I was driving this morning, I took a 6:30 flight. I got to, because one of my directors is going back to Kano, from Kano State. So we spoke. He said, okay, when we get to National Hospital, we should drive in, there's a pharmacy opposite the short road into. So we got there, we parked. He was already parked there. So when I got there, he came out, joined me in my car. We wanted to talk briefly. I said, we call ourselves Chia. He said, Chia, you know, I won't, he lives around that area. He said, I won't be here in the evening, no. This place is not safe. And we're talking of like 8:20 this morning. He said, this place is not safe. I said, where? In Abuja. He said, it's not safe for National Hospital. So if you think what's happening in Zamfara is too far from you, if we do nothing, it will get to you. So, if we have security, we're going to have food production. If we have food production, food inflation will come down below 23%. If food inflation comes down below 23%, your income will buy more. Is that also? And your standard of living will improve. The fact that your income can buy more means your wealth has increased. So countries have used this. Ethiopia used it. Bangladesh used it. China used it. India used it. Why are we the opposite? Transport infrastructure. Transport infrastructure gives you access to the market. My village, by the grace of God, I contributed to make sure they have modern road. The village people, immediately the road was built, people from other towns come to the village to buy their food items. And they could sell their food items at higher prices than they used to do. So infrastructure, transport infrastructure is very critical to access to the market. I came back from California 2 weeks ago. When I drive around California, I shake my head. I say, Kai, are we cost? Are we cost? I mean, it's not, no angel came down from heaven to build these roads. Is that not so? So why can't we do the same thing? Okay, then energy supply, we talked about energy supply. We witnessed it here. They've taken light twice. We had to be, Dave, Nancy, and all of it, we had to go and beg. Nancy, no be so? It shouldn't be. Elsewhere, they don't even know they take light. There are people who have lived 70 years in some countries in the world, they've never seen light blink. Communication infrastructure. Today, if you go to any Western country, every public space has broadband internet service. No be so? But here, you're at the airport, there's no broadband internet. Elsewhere, this building, you will connect to their broadband internet free. Because it's a public building. Because communication is a critical infrastructure today that countries are saying, look, as part of providing power and providing road and providing security, we'll also provide you communication backbone. Access to health care. I don't have to emphasize that. If you're not healthy, you can't be productive. There's what they call basic health care. In England, if you're at the age of 65, you become a senior citizen. You don't have to pay for medical care. And that obtains to most countries in the world. Even at your age, you have some health insurance. Basic health issues are taken off you. Quality of education. Quality or an availability of education. They tell you that when you educate a country, you create a prosperous society. Because an educated person is more creative, is more open to accept innovation or changes, has more competencies, and can also think laterally. But today, we have the highest number of out-of-school children in the world. Is it an accident? Clean water. Clean water and sanitation. I don't know. I don't live in Abuja. I don't know whether your taps run. But I know in Lagos, there's no place where the public tap runs. In the 70s and 80s when we were growing up, even in Aba, we had tap water in our houses. So are we progressing or retrogressing? How can it be in today's world you don't have tap water in major towns? Everybody has to dig a borehole. And you think it's an accident? Broad-based economic growth and job creation opportunities. I've talked about the cement industry. I've talked about the telecommunications. We have what we call proof of concept. We can replicate that in several sectors where we have competitive advantage. But it has to come from policies. So if we sit down and think this thing just happened, they don't just happen. Targeted support to the poor of most vulnerable. You have subsidized housing. I'm sure you have a relation in England, they talk of council flats. Is that not so? Eh? Because they make sure that nobody sleeps on the street. One of the things that China said they have achieved a zero level of poverty. China is the most populated country in the world. One of the things they used was housing for the most vulnerable. In fact, in China, they had to evacuate people who live in very difficult locations and move them, create new towns for them with houses. Free or subsidized medical care. I've talked about the aged ones. Free basic education. We said we have free basic education to JS3. So I don't know how effective that is. But we know, I'm aware that since the Lovers' Day, the love we got for those of who have children in university is that children have to come back and stay with us from February 14th to this day. Conditional cash transfer and skill acquisition. The more skills you have, even if as a mason, a painter, the likelihood that you will not go hungry. Is that not so? And finally, what do you need to do as individuals? So we talked about what the society has to do. And for the society to do it, we have a contributory role to make sure the society do it. And that contributory role would be that we must put people who have the competence to govern us effectively well in power. So, what do you have to do? Because that's what you came here to hear. But I needed to give you that the environmental factor affects what you achieve. Is that not so? So, but what did you do? Multiple income, family income. The era of my wife can't work. I want her to be happy. If you keep a wife in the house and she's not working, you are making her unhappy. So, if I am on minimum wage 30,000 naira, and my wife is on minimum wage 30,000 naira, our income has become what? 60,000. If it is only me earning income, we will be struggling more, because when I come, my wife says, I want to do my hair. I say, you did your hair last month now. So you need multiple family income. Possibly. And when I say the both husband and wife should work, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to work in the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. One could be working here, one could be selling in the day market. Is that not so? 2, small family size. The more number of children you have, the more difficult it is to give them the best in terms of quality education, quality attention, proper grooming. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even if you have so much money, like some people say they have so much money and they can father so many children, what of the attention and the grooming they require? But the smaller the size of your family, the more wealthy you are, because even if you are earning 100,000, the way they arrive at the poverty is that they will divide the 100,000 by the number of children you have, family you have. So if you have a family of 6, it's 100,000 divided by 6. If it's a family of 4, it's 100,000 divided by 4. Because that's also how much you can provide for that number of family members. So second factor, if you are still in your productive age, it is no longer a thing of pride that I have 10 children. It used to be when it was insurance for old age. But if you don't are poor, all of you will die young. Third factor, you need to develop a secondary income. Secondary income is because you are working. So your secondary income, at your corner of your house, you have a poultry. You have a greenhouse farm, a greenhouse farm. Something else that generates some level of income. You have a barbering salon that you have employed 2 boys to be barbering for you. You have a hairdressing salon at the side. Saturday like this, you're not doing it till you go and sit down in your hairdressing salon. They are making hair for people, you are collecting money. So you need to look for secondary income. Fourth factor, you need to have investment income. And that's what we do. My colleagues are all here. And to have an investment income, you must have the discipline to save. It doesn't matter how much you save. If it's 1 naira, save it as a matter of discipline. Invest it somewhere. So that it's either you get dividend income, that one you don't sweat to get the dividend income, is that not so? Or you have interest at the end of the month, you don't have to sweat to get that from at the end of the month. So you must have investment income. If you have worked for 1 year, you don't have any sort of investment income, something is wrong. And finally, you must prioritize your expenditure. You must determine what is critical and important and what is necessary but not important. You really can't. And I tell people, look, theft will never go out of business. You know that it's called stinginess. It will never go out of business for successful business people. Has anybody ever heard Dangote organize a party? Has anybody attended Jimovia's party? Or Tony Limelu's party? Or Absamar Rabiu's party? If you have attended, please raise your hand up. So why is it that the poor people are the ones doing party, closing the road? I always say, when I was a banker, when I was in charge of risk management, I said I made it a personal policy when I had the power to approve and decline loans, that anybody I give a loan and the person appeared on City People, I will call the loan. When you hear Lagos B-boy, it doesn't exist. Tell me the day Tony Limene has called, what do you call the Buga man? What do you call the musician? Kizane. When has he invited him to come and play for him? You see a man whose total income is 10 million naira. He calls Bugao, and then he will spend 5 million. Anyway, I don't have time, so not for lack of content, but for lack of time. So finally, nature or nurture. No individual or country was created to be poor. Did you hear me well? No individual or country was created to be poor. Why? But note that not too many good things occur by default. Not too many good things occur by default. Good things occur by design. And finally, our station in life is a product of our cumulative past decisions as individuals, corporate, or nation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Now you know why we watch Z World. Well, we will move quickly, but I will take a short commercial break to just announce that all these things he's saying is his business. His colleagues are there. They will take your number. They can also take your account number in case you want them to withdraw direct and save it up for you. But they are here and they will also talk to you later. But we also have some of our partners. We have Madam, they actually call her Liz, Madam Elizabeth Taylor. She has books outside. I went to look at some of them. My Healing Playbook is a very fine book you take. Your Mindfulness Journal. And then there's one that is Contemplations, Echoes from the Deep. But this one, I don't know whether they still have plenty copies. 45 Reasons Not to Be Ordinary. You need to pick them up and read. There's My Retirement Life. The Best of My Life is a daily goals tracker. They are all outside there, so you can pick them up. We also have books by Coach Sam Obafemi. There's the one he calls Fans Don't Pay. Fans Don't Pay. I have it here. It means how you can turn your fans from being just hype, unstructured, and putting them into a structure that can help you to win election. To sell to sell your books or sell your business. But there's one that I love so much. Those of you who used to watch Big Brother Without Benefit, he calls it Based on Logistics. Remember, Efe, based on logistics. So how to grow business anywhere in Nigeria. So if you think it is not possible, you are complaining, you want to open dry cleaning business, you have 70,000 and the first thing you go and buy is generator, is TV you want to watch. So we have also Erisco out there. I thought it's only tin tomatoes they are selling, but they have the best tin tomatoes. They also have tea, they have coffee, and they have hot chocolate drinks. They have Gary mix. It's 3 in 1. You know, they say it's dangerous when you are buying Gary and granite from the same shop. They will know that it's Gary you want to soak. So buy Gary here, buy the granite in the next street. But this one, they have put it all in one. There's the Gary in the pack, there's the sugar, there's the granite, all in one pack. So this time, just send your neighbor to buy for you. But they also have sugar, and they have wonderful seasonings that you can also use. And we have also a bank that is edging towards clear leadership role in ethical banking in the sub-Saharan Africa. They are here. You can open a personal account. You can also open a corporate account just outside this door. At least if you can't do it today, maybe you don't have information, you can collect the form. They have the forms outside. You pick it. Jai's Bank, they are our friends. Can you clap for them too, please? Somebody asked me a question. I'll pass it on to the man. The guy said he wants a bank to give him loan. I said, which kind of bank are you looking for? He said, I want a bank that will give me a loan and leave me alone. I said, there's no such bank. But we'll find out whether Jai's Bank can do that. Let's welcome the head MSME's Department of Jai's Bank, Aliu Buhari Ali. Please put your hands together for.
I don't know if I'm being heard. Okay, thank you very much, sir. I think we've had enough this afternoon. close the session at this time. I think we've gotten enough package to transform us and to take us to the next level. Having said this, let me first of all appreciate the organizers of this event, most importantly, Nancy. This is really something that it's really timely and okay. It's very apt looking at the current realities. When my senior colleague and our boss was making his presentation, the CEO of Cowrie, at the beginning, my heart was just beating because when you saw the statistics, the data, it was really alarming and it's really quite disturbing. But I thank God that he didn't leave the podium without really calming the tension, giving us a way out to navigate through the challenges. No doubt, it's really a very difficult moment. Even the CBN has acknowledged that. Earlier this year, or sometimes lately last year, we received circulars advising banks to extend the forbearance. But just some weeks ago, another letter was back that let's move. Instead of extending the 5% till 2023, we've been asked to immediately reverse it to the 9%. So even the CBN is feeling it. So the economy is really in a very turbulent situation. And most banks are really feeling the heat. A lot of non-performing loans. Just, I think this morning I got a report of one of the neo banks recording about 6 billion loss. 6 billion, so you can imagine, I don't want to mention any name, but then you can Google. So you can imagine a small bank losing 6 billion. Yes, they had a name, they changed a name, just in an effort to drive support to the real sector of the economy. But unfortunately, look at where they are. So is this encouraging for other people to give loans? So it's really a very difficult situation. And for us heading the MSME unit, that's the micro, small, and medium enterprise, it's really giving us a sleepless night because we have to do it. But then, you can't play with shareholders' fund. You can't play with depositors' fund. CBN is watching us. Yes, your NPI must be less than 5%. So how do you do that? But then, we have to really do something. And these are some of the initiatives that will be able to put things into a better perspective, to be able to now see how we can collectively navigate. The MC has said it. If you want a bank that will give you loan and leave you alone, then you are not ready for the work. You are not ready for business. My ED earlier made a presentation and was just asking for 5. But then by Monday, his target is, I should be able to finance all the 300, all the participants in this hall. So he's ready to go with 5 at his own level. But for me, I have to make sure everybody here is financed. So you can imagine the target. Now we have people here that they are just even at the point of thinking, what should I do? So how do you get everybody on board? So you can imagine how difficult the task can be. But I think we've taken about 5 presentations, and I do hope that we are taking notes, because I think my jota is almost filled now with a lot of jotings. There's a lot to take away, and we've not even had all. So with all that has been presented, I think it has made my work a lot much more easier because, yes, from the presentation by Mr. Hamza to the prosperity, which is a key essence of our living. So if you are living and then you are not thinking that way, then there's a problem. The question is, do you know the real essence of your existence? And then, of course, coming down to the presentation done by my ED, the MD designate, and then, of course, the two other presentations by the central bank, which highlighted a lot that the central bank is doing, promoting financial inclusion, economic activities, and all that. So, of course, you cannot go to central bank to open an account, just like what the MC has said earlier. So you have to go to a participating financial institution for you to be able to access those interventions. And then the last presentation, which has highlighted and bring us to speed, to reality of the current situation. The figures were not to put tension or to confuse us, but rather you have to know where you are, where you come from, for you to be able to know how to navigate and move forward. If I will make reference to a quote by being credited to Albert Einstein that says, you cannot solve a problem with the same mindset that the problem was created. So that means you have to get out of the way to be able to navigate and find a solution. One of my boss then used to say, even the thinking that think outside the box is still limiting you to something. You should think without a box. Assume there is no any box. So you should, the atmosphere, the environment is enough for everyone to think ahead and find ways out. Unfortunately, I don't have any slide because I'm just to give a brief talk. So my ED has earlier gave a brief about what Jais Bank stands for. Of course, our key drive is making life better. If I will borrow a little from our now NNPC Limited, they say touching lives in many positive ways. For Jais Bank, a lot has been done. We are just 10 years old, and incidentally, at the point that the bank is being rebirthed, a new leadership is setting in, and we are partnering with people with public-spirited mind like Nancy to see how we can really navigate the next 10 years for the bank. I don't know if we are aware of the history, the journey of the eagle. The eagle has to take some very tough decision at a point in its life for it to be able to navigate and live longer than its many peers. So go and get that story about the eagle. I don't have all the time to be able to narrate how it is, but then once it reached, I think, the age of 50, it has to, is it 40 or so? Yes, it has to go to the top of a very high mountain, hill or whatever, use its beak to, a very difficult situation. So I think we are at this stage now. So we have to see how we can navigate to move forward. So the message I have for us is, yes, it is 10 years for us, and it's good that it is at this point that this program is coming. So Nancy, congratulations that we are going to do this journey together. And for all those in this hall, and for those that may be watching us live, online, and all that, it's important to let you know that, yes, you have a partner, and that partner, Jais Bank, is willing to work the eyes with you in making sure that we grow together. The ED had earlier said, the fact that we don't charge interest does not mean that we don't earn income. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to be sustainable up till this moment. Part of our strategies is to now move to a holdco. What holdco means is to have a number of subsidiaries that will be able to now reaffirm our objective of being the leader in ethical financing in sub-Saharan Africa. Statistics has it that aside winning the most improved bank award for global Islamic finance institution consecutively 2020, 2021, hopefully 2022, and more other awards, aside Sudan's National Bank, Jais is the second in Africa. So you can see, even at that, we say that of the Sudan is a national, is a public institution. So if you compare a private entity, then we are already on that leadership role. Personally, I've been an insurance person for over a decade before I moved into Jais Bank. I pioneered the head of marketing of Jais Takaful. That is the insurance aspect of hopefully the group. With that, at a point, the bank was trying to really expand its financing to the real sector, that is the MSMEs. And that was how my journey was moved, because of course, for those of us in the finance, we know how difficult it is to sell insurance product and services. So, but within 3 years, we made so much impact that when the department was established in 2018, I was now moved to be part of the team to drive that initiative. And kind enough, glory be to the God Almighty, with just somewhere around 500 million from 2012 to 2016, to 2018 rather. In 2019, we did 4 billion. An average of what was done in 6 years. So that expanding the bank's capacity in support to the MSMEs with an average disbursement of over 500 million monthly. With that, despite the COVID in 2020, we still disbursed over 13 billion in 2020. Of course, we knew the challenges in the Q1, Q2 of 2020, but then we felt that is the time the real sector, the SMEs, require more support. And the bank didn't, when most banks were pulling support to the SMEs, that is when we even tripled what we did in 2019. So this is just to reaffirm the bank's commitment, and that keeps growing. In 2020, we did over 24 billion. And we're hoping that we should be able to double that. So in just about 3 years, over 60 billion was disbursed to SMEs. And the figures is still counting. So what I just want to assure us is the fact that with Jais Bank, you are assured of a partner that will support you in your business. Part of the initiatives we were able to introduce for us to able to have achieved what we did was just what my colleague here in the CBN had mentioned about the National Collateral Registry, where we are able to use movable assets to be able to provide financing to SMEs. Of course, by the standard and regulatory provisions. Any financing above 500,000 must be securitized, must be backed with collateral. So, but then, an SME can come for just 500,000, a million, and then you're asking to go and bring landed property. If in the first place someone has that, I don't think an SME will come to ask for that. Although we used to hear, they said, banks are institutions, you have to convince them that you don't need the loan for you to get it. So, but then, with the National Collateral Registry, this has made access to finance much more easier, where not only movable assets, even groceries, vegetables, can be registered under the NCR, and then you get financing. So it all depends on your type of business and how it goes. But of course, each bank has its RAC, that's the risk acceptance criteria, to be able to now appraise each and every business to see how that business can be supported. So before I round up my brief talk, we have three major instruments or products that we deploy to do financing. Unfortunately, because we don't advance loans, so we don't charge interest, so we don't give loans. What we do is financing. So one, we have the partnership-based contracts, which we have the joint venture, which we call the Mudaraba, and then we have the Murabaha, which is the equity partnership. So for this partnership-based contract, we only do it with women entrepreneurs. So for the women in the hall, even though that has not been extended to SMEs, but for micro businesses in rural communities, we've been supporting them in the pilot project, over 100 million, with over 6,000 women have benefited to date. These are financing, of course, in rural communities. What you used to buy data, or maybe by the time you go to one of those restaurants here and we say to you, spend in lunch or dinner, that's what it's holding families, 20,000, 30,000, and all that. And you will be amazed how this woman with this little capital financing, they are changing their families, sending their children to school, and all that. So we've done the pilot, and we are currently reviewing it so that we can upscale hopefully by next year. We've partnered with also other institutions like the BOI, the central bank, most of those interventions that was presented earlier, the Islamic Development Bank under a product called Brave Woman, Business Resilience Assistance for Value-Adding Enterprises. This is for women alone. The pilot states are Edo, Kano, and Gombe. Of course, to support women SMEs. Over 4 billion is being put for this project, with 50% grant for that financing. So this is the first one. The second one is the the sales-based contracts, which we have like the Cost Plus, where when you need a product or service, we'll acquire it and sell it to you at a markup. You need a phone, you need an equipment, what, 100,000, we put our markup 10,000, 20,000, depending on the rate we are able to agree upon. And then we sell it to you and give you time to pay. We spread the payment. The good thing here is there is no delay in payment. There is no interest that will accrue because you have delayed payment. There is no compound interest because you have defaulted and then you are unable to pay. No, the facility stops where it is. It's only when it's established there's negligence and intentional defaulting, maybe by the act of diversion and all that, that is when you will be charged penalty. And unfortunately for us, the penalty doesn't come to us, it goes to charity. So this is the good side of the non-interest financing. So it is a must for us to make your business work. Otherwise, you lose, we lose. Unlike in interest-based transactions where one day if you didn't pay, interest will continue to accrue itself. So for us, spend 30 days, you didn't pay, we have nothing to do. It remains where it is. The only thing is, like I mentioned, if it's established that there is a pure negligence and established that it was intentional, you will be charged penalty to serve as deterrent. And unfortunately, it doesn't go to the balance sheet of the bank, but rather straight to charity. So if you are doing well, we are doing well. If you are not doing well, we are not doing well. So we have to make sure that whatever you are doing, before we finance you, we have to really scrutinize to make sure that, yes, it is viable and it is something that we can work with. Then, of course, we have the lease-based contracts. There's a lot to this, but hopefully, Nancy, maybe we will have another, even if it's an online session for those that participated, that we'll be able to put them through and see how we can really go along with everyone. Yes, our hope is everyone here, we should be able to carry, but now the main thing is your intention. And if you will be able to take the action beyond this hall. For us, we are there and we are ready to go along with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jais Bank. We appreciate you. Please, another round of applause. You need to be on MONEYLINE very soon. Sir, you say you don't charge interest. MONEYLINE too, we just charge basic money. We don't add interest. It's just just money to buy diesel for the generator so you can be on air. I want to assure you that you should be on MONEYLINE too. A lot of us are hearing of these things for the first time, and you should be out there. Thank you. Well, we are moving from, okay, it's still bank anyway. We're still talking money. If this woman has successfully been at the helm of affairs of a fast-growing, but you know that I need to differentiate. In Abuja, nearly everybody is into real estate. We are selling land. The difference between us and Edo people is that in Abuja, you are selling other people's land, but in Benin, you are selling your father's property. Yeah. So, but I'm not talking about housing, even though I want to assure you that she has a very firm background. Our company is committed to building houses that are sustainably ready for tomorrow's technology. That is the beginning, and it's beautiful. Smart cities, they call it, but you need to have a smart house first, and you need to have a smart owner. So they are not only building houses, they are also building smart people who own smart houses. They say the difference between a slug and a snail is that the slug is a snail with a housing problem. So, to take us further in this discussion is one who is a hands-on trainer, delivering learning interventions on topics not limited to leadership, succession planning, customer strategy, and leadership and management development, among many other topics. Her passion include knowledge, excellence, personal development, and leadership. With over 15 years professional and leadership experience, and she spans working through financial services, management, and consulting, specializing in personal development service. And you see why we chose her here. She's okay, they're A and Ann now. She's the, you won't understand the fight I'm fighting with Nancy here. Yes, actually, she is okay, let's keep that. She's a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultant, a certified mental health first aider, a certified management consultant, and a Service Quality Institute certified customer service trainer, leadership mentor, and certified executive life coach as an experienced facilitator, as well as a certified Lean Six Sigma Green Belt. So what that says is that she's an author, she's a trainer, she's a public speaker, she is a COO of Course Groove, and today she will be talking to us both from her professional life and her personal experience. Let's welcome D. Elizabeth Taylor. Please put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't take it for granted that I have your ears this afternoon. I really thank you for being here, and I hope that as you are here, you are hungry. I hope that you are writing a lot. I hope that you are learning a lot. I hope that you're not just here with an intention, but you're here with a fire in your belly to take action. I hope that you can already feel the flames behind you, pursuing you to go out of here empowered, to start to execute everything you are learning. I want to say a big thank you to Nancy for this privilege. This privilege on this platform, I don't take it for granted. Thank you very much. And I look forward to coming back again next year. This is an annual event. It's going to be bigger. It's going to be better. And then, just like the MD designate of Jais Bank said, when we come here next year, we'll have a lineup of people that said it all began for me here. Are you going to be one of them? Who is going to be one of the people that are going to be saying, it all started for me? This fantastic, and it will happen. It will happen. If it doesn't happen, come and look for me. So I'm talking about the rhythm and routines for success. Let me start this with a story. It's by Christopher McDougall. He says every morning in Africa, a gazelle or an antelope or bushmeat wakes up and it knows it must outrun the fastest lion or it will be killed. Every morning, the lion wakes up and it knows it must run faster than the gazelle. If not, it will go hungry and it will die, to starve. It doesn't matter today whether you are the lion or whether you are the gazelle. When the sun comes up, you had better be running. Because just like Mr. Johnson said, Chief Johnson said, "Hi, Chief. Things are happening in our country." He painted a picture of the truth. But I want to tell you that not the truth, the facts. The facts. But I love that Fife had given us a perspective. Our destiny is what? What's your destiny? So I love this sequence. We want to put everything together. So whether you are the gazelle or whether you are the lion or you had better be running. How are you going to run? What are the rhythms that you need to succeed? Success is a journey. However, not everyone makes it to a destination. We believe that it's a function of where you come from, what your name is, who your father is, who you know. Nigeria will say, man, no man. You know? There's this story in one of the holy books when Jesus came to the man and said, you are the pool. What happened? They asked him a simple question. What happened? The man said, I have no one that will carry me and put me in the water. That's not the question they asked you. That's not the question. But many of us, our minds are trapped in a warp. I don't have capital. I didn't go to school. I don't. We believe that for us, success is elusive. Yet success is not an elusive journey. Success leaves clues. Success leaves clues. Success has a rhythm. So what then is a rhythm? Do me a favor. Take your right hand, put it up. Put it over your chest on the left-hand side, not the right-hand side. On the left-hand side. Can you feel your heart? Can you feel your heart? Who cannot feel their heart? Can you feel your heart? You can put your hands down. What does it mean that you can feel your heart? You are alive. You have succeeded in the task of living. Success has a rhythm. What is a rhythm? A rhythm is something that occurs with regularity. Is your heart beating with regularity? Your heart has a rhythm. Who here is in the medical field? Nobody? Yes, thank you, sir. If your heart is not beating at a regular pace, it's called arrhythmia. You are sick. That means if there's something that is irregular in your life is sick. So success leaves clues. We are what we repeatedly do. Aristotle said this: excellence then is not an act, it's a habit. Many of us are waiting for the day we will meet Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Ha! I had a dream. Oh, Father, I had a dream. In that dream, the road was paved with gold. And as I was walking, angels were bowing. And then the door opened. And then they said, come on, Liz. This is Aliko. And I met Aliko. And he said, out of my $12 billion, I give you 2. And my life changed. And then something happened. You heard, and you slapped yourself awake. That is not how success happens. Success does not happen because the person that is your family member became a minister. That is not how success happens. Your life flows in the direction of your most dominant thought. What you think is what you will become. What you think is what will come towards you, the law of attraction. When Fife said, see a word, see, that typifies Nigeria, can I shock you? If you see corruption, if you say all you see is corruption, you are saying corruption come, corruption come, corruption come, corruption come. But when you live a life that what you see is opportunity, because challenges are opportunities in disguise. I always tell people, opportunities don't make appointments. When they do when they do show up, are you ready? It's your rhythm that will determine whether you are ready. I want to introduce you to a man called Leonardo Fibonacci, who did mathematics here in university. Do you know Fibonacci? You've heard of, who has heard of the Fibonacci sequence? Fantastic. I learned some of the most crazy things. And I have a way of bringing out from them things that just torture me somehow, titivates me. Because what I learned from them make me a better person. And I want to learn something I learned from Fibonacci. Fibonacci is not the originator. He's an Italian. This concept, not the concept, but what he found, the Fibonacci numbers, it bears his name. However, the people who originated the Fibonacci sequence at the Arabs, Saudi Arabia. You see, they're just collecting our things and going. Can you see this? This is called the golden triangle or arc. It starts from the 1 in the center. 1 plus 1. Can you see the 2 there? 1 plus 2. Can you see the 3 there? 2 plus 3. Can you see the 5 there? 5 plus 3. Can you see the 8 there? And it continues. What's it telling you? This is the Fibonacci sequence. It's telling you rhythm. Everything in life rises and falls on what? Rhythm. John Maxwell, it was, who said, the secret of your success is hidden in your daily routine. What is your routine? What is your rhythm? You wake up in the morning. Do you have a specific time for waking up? When you wake up, what do you do? How do you live out your day? Is there any expectation of meetings you will have? People you will influence? Do you have a plan that you are executing in that day? The reason I'm showing you this is not because I want to teach you mathematics. The same way mathematics was a blessing to your life in university or secondary school, that's the same way mathematics was a blessing to my life. I didn't carry over, but I managed. This Fibonacci sequence, this rhythm, is actually called the fingerprint of God because it is seen in every part of life. The secret of your success is hidden in your routine, in your rhythm. So if you want to be successful, you need to have a rhythm. Our solar system, your fingers, look at it. 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 2, 3. And it continues. Even your skeletal system. This Fibonacci, this rhythm. Your heart. The way your heart is formed. Look at it everywhere. Your ears, architecture, how a shell is, flower, everything. Beauty, balance is seen in a rhythm. And what do we say a rhythm is? Something that occurs regularly. Look at this. Who is that man? Sister Salone. Even the human face, how a human being looks, how God, if you believe that God created a human being, that man did not just poof. Even if man just poofed, something poofed man and man poofed. Without this rhythm, see what he will look like. Without rhythm, this is what your life will look like. So rhythm is everywhere. Rhythm is balance. And balance is success. Thank you. On Monday, you have a rhythm. You do certain, you behave a certain way. On Tuesday, you say, Monday no work, oh. May we try another way. On Wednesday, that thing where we do on Monday, you know, work. Tuesday, you know, congeal. Wednesday, may we try another one. On Thursday, something entirely different. On Friday, something entirely different. Then on Saturday, you sit down with your friends, say, this Nigeria know they work. Or, another way, you plant okra on Monday. Then you visit your friend. And you find out your friend is planting granules. And you go to your farm. And you uproot the granules to plant okra. You remove the okra to plant granules. Because your friend is planting. and it looks like it's a good deal. Then you now go and visit Jemima, and Jemima said, no, it's a wedu. You go back. You remove the granite, and you do what? And then you ask yourself, why are you not succeeding? Why are you not succeeding? Because you don't want to exploit the power of a rhythm and consistency. You don't want to exploit the power of sticking to it. W. Clement Stone coined a word. He said, a successful man has something, a quality, and it's called stick-to-itiveness. 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 It's in the book, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. Amazing book. You must stick to it. You must stick to your habits. If you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you must develop the habit in little matters. Excellence is not an exception. It's a prevailing attitude. So let's think for 2 seconds. Where in your life have you been mamby-pambying? You know, in Nigeria now, everybody wants to be the next Davido. Meanwhile, you can't sing. It's true. For example, me, the day I decide I want to go and sing, you know that there's something wrong with my mind. I can't sing to save my life. I'm one of those people that, my friends will pay me money not to sing. Yeah. I can't hold a tune. The only person that likes my voice is God. Yeah. And I'm proud of it. I know my lane. What is your lane? So, Colin Powell, the quote we saw, if you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. What are these little matters? What are these little matters? I can almost hear someone say, can't this woman hear that the unemployment rate is high? Can't this woman hear that the exchange rate is bad? If you do not start to prepare for the turn, when the turn happens, you'll be left behind. If you don't start to prepare for when opportunity comes, when opportunity shows up, you'll be left behind. So what are these little things that we need to focus on, that we need to release this power of rhythm? I call them the wheel of life. When I teach goal setting or teach rhythms or success, I actually give people a classwork to do. And just like this wheel is a circle, I tell them to rate themselves based on where they think they are. Rate your faith, your connection with your inner life, your family life, and your wife it's all the same thing. You could have or you could have is. Is your wife happy? Are your kids happy? Are they well fed? Do they have hope for tomorrow? Your finances, what's happening there? Your health, what's happening there? Your adventure. The day I said this thing, someone said, Madam, we are Nigerians, we don't do adventure. But you need adventure in your life. It gives you something to look forward to. Your career, your personal development, or the quality of your networks. Giving back. How are you giving back to your economy? These things are the will of your life. They represent the will of your life or the forms of wealth. Wealth is not just money. Wealth are the things that give birth to richness in your life. Do you agree? So if you say you are a wealthy person, your will needs to be balanced. So if you are the kind of person that you have $58 billion. But every Wednesday, you go for dialysis. Are you wealthy? So what are these little things we need to do to make sure our will is balanced? That's what I'm here to talk about. These things are releasing the power of rhythms, or like I always say, compounding power of rhythms. Just compare simple interest and compound interest. We did simple interest, right? Principal rate times time. Simple interest is based on principal amount of a loan or a deposit. Meanwhile, compound interest is based on the principal amount and the interest that accumulates every period. Every period. Simple interest is linear. It's just going on. But compound interest, there's rhythm. Compound interest is not only in your mathematics, it's also in your life. The reason your mouth does not smell is because you brush your teeth every morning. The reason you are alive is because you eat every day. That's why you've released power of rhythms in those parts of your life. So you need to release the power of rhythms. For example, over 28 months, you make a choice today of how you will live your life. Tomorrow, next tomorrow, the day after, you make a habit. And these choices will inform your behavior. Your behavior will inform your habits. So if you decide that I will wake up, I make a choice to wake up early and start writing a blog. So your behavior will change. You've made a choice. Your behavior will change. So you will sleep early the night before, so you can wake up early the next night before. And then over 90 days, average, that becomes a habit. After 90 days, when you come out and they give you a microphone and they say, "Who are you?" What will you say you are? A blogger. Can you see how simple? Oh? Simple. That's why I said at the beginning that success is not elusive. Success leaves clues. This is very generic. It's very general. But I can tell you, I speak to each of you one-on-one. We can release the power of rhythms in your life. Don't forget, 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 3, 3 + 3 is 5, 5 + 3 is 8. The Fibonacci, that's why I gave you that Fibonacci. So when you want to remember, what did I learn in this place? That woman taught me Fibonacci. Rhythm. And now, let me just go here. I'm almost done. The rhythmic world of effective people. A bit of this is taken from Stephen Covey. It took me, who has read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People? Who understood the book the first time they read it? It took me 15 years. Now, it's actually one of my favorite books. I love to teach on it. I actually pulled out some of this stuff from that book. It's a fantastic book to read. The first thing you need to release the power of personal vision. What is your vision for yourself? Where do you see yourself at the end of this year? Do you see yourself going from masterclass to masterclass with the same complaints? Nigeria, no they work. Nigeria, no they work. Nigeria, no they work. Is that how you see yourself? You need to articulate who do I see myself as? By 2023, December, I will own the biggest ewedu farm in southwest Nigeria. And then you make choices. And then you change your behavior. And then you engage habits. And then you see success. Rhythm works. rhythm works. So identify what your personal vision is. Then you now have to start leading yourself. Ordinary people look for people that will lead them. I met someone years ago, I will never ever forget this. And I asked this young man, what do you do for a living? Simple question, isn't it? Do you know what my guy told me? GRA. I'm like, okay. I was thinking, okay, maybe. I said, please, sorry, what is GRA? General Rowing Around. For real. For real. And I just knew. Exactly. I just knew. He wasn't leading himself. He's the person who will remove his okra because somebody else is planting ewedu. Are you that kind of person? They say it is land. Oh yeah? No, they say it is recharge card. The latest one now in Abuja is those POSs at the junction. They say it is makeup. They say it is bone straight hair I'm selling. What rhythm, consistency will you release in your life? Stick to it. Stick to it. The greatest people in this world, the most accomplished people in this world, read about their lives. They started with an idea. And they stuck with that idea every day until they became, Elon Musk just woke up. Elon Musk will tell you that everything he has done has been targeted at putting a man on Mars. So every business he's into is to fund that dream. Everything he has done, read it up. So he has not even, you're saying, oh, he's the wealthiest man in the world. Clap for him. He's looking at people. He has not even begun to even scratch the surface of his personal vision. And every day he's working on putting a man on the moon. It's not beans, it's not moi moi. It costs money. That's why Tesla exists. That's why SpaceX exists. Then when he now puts a man on the moon, he now says, yes, power of rhythm executed. Now you can celebrate me. What about you? Then personal management. Manage your finite resources to release big wins. I was so excited because I really do not understand. I'm going to tell you my age. I'm not telling my age. When I turned 40, at least you know I'm over 40, the trend was for people to have all-white party, all-black party, themed party to mark their 40th. I did not have the money. I called my friends. We went to a little restaurant. We ate food. I told them, pray for me. They prayed for me. We shook hands. We left. I know people who went into debt and have still not recovered. Because I know that my resources are finite. Must you have an Apple phone if you cannot afford an Apple phone? Must you wear bone straight? This woman, I thought you were talking about rhythms. Yes, it's the habits. It's the habits. If Iya Oyo is what you can afford, buy Iya Oyo now. The food is good. Eh? If UTC, if you don't know what UTC means, under the canopy, UTC. If UTC is where your money can reach, do UTC. You don't need to go to Transcorp Hilton. Who are you pleasing? You are in competition with no one but the man in the mirror. That's the only person you're in competition with. So you need to manage yourself and release these powers. Release the rhythm of success. Then, a your life will flow in the direction of your most dominant thoughts. If you always say, I'm broke, you will be broke. As a man thinketh in his mind, so is he. This is the rhythmic world of effective and successful people. Good things will flow in the direction of the positive. Number 5, cooperation. No man is an island. They even sang it as a song. In case you forget, no man is an island. Oh, I'm the oldest person here. If you know that song, hands up. Thank you very much. The young ones don't know the song. But seriously, let's remember, that's the power of networking. That's the power of putting like minds together. And you bring your strength, you bring yourself, and we explode. Because see, Nigeria will not get better until all of us get better. And us getting better is us putting our hands together. The whole is made strong by that which each joint fitly supplies. So cooperation is very important. Synergy. And when I say cooperation, I'm very, very discerning about who I hang around with. If you hang around with monkeys, when the day they give you a microphone to speak, you will come out and say, ooh, 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 ah. It sounds like a joke, but it's very serious. I was telling someone something that happened to me. I think it was Fife. A lady came for an interview when I was working in a bank. And we asked her a yes or no question, sir. Yes or no question, yes or no. You would think that it's quite easy, isn't it? This lady opened her mouth and she said, yells. Yells is supposed to be yes. She did not get the job because she had been hanging around with some. Hang around enough with them, you will become like them. That's the power of rhythm. Then self-care. You need to keep your roots firm. You need to water yourself. It was Jim Rohn that said, I talk for a living. I talk for a living. Jim Rohn said something. He said, make sure that when you are given an opportunity to speak, you are issuing a verbal check that will cash. That what's coming out of your mouth is not like a check that is bouncing. That's what self-care does for you. You need to go back, read, learn, watch. It's a tragedy that they said that to hide information from a black man, put it inside a book. Put it inside a book. I don't want to embarrass anybody. When was the last time you sat down to read something? Okay, now there are podcasts, right? They'll say, no, my data will finish. Meanwhile, you have a Netflix account. Meanwhile, you are binging on Big Brother. I'm not saying don't enjoy yourself. Yes, adventure, do something, let your hair down. But Pareto principle, 80-20. Invest, not spend 80% of your time and resources. If not, law of rhythm, law of compounding rhythm, you will get what you put in. Yes. Darren Hardy, he's my mentor. He doesn't know me, but he's my mentor. Yes, I read a lot. His books don't drop. I read everything he writes. Momentum is without doubt one of the most, enigmatic and powerful sources of success. And momentum happens when you release rhythm, when you start something. You know, when you are walking up the stairs, have you noticed this? If you go One step. One step. How is the journey up? It's tiring. But when you go, it goes very fast. That's how you should live your life. That's momentum. Darren Hardy calls it the big M, big Mo. Everyone, this is me, has a unique rhythm. It is your responsibility to discover what your rhythm is. If your life is sick, I can tell you that your rhythm is off. If I go a week without learning something new, I start to misbehave. Seriously. What is your rhythm? There are some people, their rhythm involves daily exercise. Do I have people like that here? If you don't exercise in 3 days, what happens? You start to fall sick. There are some people, the rhythm is in your. Do you know what your is? It's a valid rhythm, yeah. It's pounded yam. If you don't eat pounded yam in 2 days, what happens? Eh? You still get cranky, you get hungry. My father, of blessed memory, my father's rhythm was eba every afternoon. He will eat rice, he will eat beans. But when I ask him, so daddy, have you eaten? He would, if you didn't give him eba in 3 days, he said, these people have not given me food in 3 days. You need to find what your rhythm is. What is the thing that gives you balance? Is it learning? Is it sowing? Is it speaking? What is it? Is it prayer? What is it? Find it and then invest and make it a habit. The secret of your success is hidden in your daily routine. Yes, your rhythm. We need to think about these things. Success doesn't just happen. Neither is success elusive. Sun Tzu, fantastic man, if you can lay your hands on Art of War. He said this: the general who wins the battle makes many calculations in his temple before the battle is fought. The general who loses makes few calculations beforehand. Maybe the reason why Sakpa wants to kill you is because you were not thinking when you were supposed to be thinking. But it's not too late. You can start thinking now. Have a notebook and start planning. Have a strategy. That's why Sun Tzu said, strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is the noise before defeat. You can have a strategy. Okay, I will make 2 million naira, I will do this, but then how will you make 2 million naira? That's the tactics. You need to break your strategy into plans, action plans. These action plans reflect your rhythm. Are we getting something? And then you don't take a day off. You can't afford to take a day off. Because there is no day when you will say, God, please, can I have today off on life? No, you don't. You live, so you can't take a day off. Your rhythm must be represented in your daily life. Thank you. Big journeys, and like we've heard today, the journey for us as Nigeria, the journey for us individually is big, but it starts with little steps. It starts with the 1 + 1 = 2. Then when you get the 2, 2 + 1 = 3. Little steps. Yeah? It starts with you releasing the power of your rhythm. The secret to success is hidden in your daily routine. That's why actors don't just wake up and go and act a movie. They rehearse. That's why musicians practice. What are you practicing? Thank you very much for your time.
Think we can clap some more. We can do it better. You know what they say about clapping? If you clap often, it prolongs your life on earth. So can we help ourselves now by clapping? At least you can live here telling your neighbor that you practice to clap. You practice something, but practice is important. There's a line I will not forget. Must you have an Apple phone if you can't afford it? You know, somebody insulted me once that I have a techno phone. I said, yes, I bought my own new. Your Apple is second hand, or even third hand. If you can't buy Bone Street, please stretch the curly ones. Well, thank you very much for that deep thought. We appreciate you. Please, another round of applause. I don't think we should make this thing an annual event. Please, it should be quarterly. We can't wait for 1 year to hear this. We want to give results quickly. Who believes? Who agrees with me? Those in support say aye. You agree now. See. But we also have more books. Brave Start by Fife Banks is online. You can write this. Just write it. Just write what I want to say now. SELAR.co/ Don't write forward slash or just slash it like this. HMRO. So go there, just go on, put it on your search space. Abi, what do they call it? Just search it here. Address bar. Okay. Do you understand address bar? That place where you put, once you type Google, the bar comes. That's the address bar. Something new you write. So once you click that, you'll see Fife Banks. His book is called Brave Start. It's a detailed entrepreneurship guide. It will also help you in your course of business. Please clap for him. Now, what I don't know is whether it's free download, but at least you still use your data even if it's free. And your memory space is cheap. No, it's affordable. 80% discount. Please download quickly before the promo is ended. I actually used to teach English, and I know that when you are talking in the front of writers and public speakers, it's difficult. In one of the classes, actually my professor said I should teach his class on year 1, and I wanted to teach creative writing. So I said, look, just assume that you are in a war situation, and from your war experience, just write a short story. I noticed everybody was writing except one guy. So I walked to him and said, why are you not writing? I told you to assume that you are in a war situation, and from your war experience, write me a short story. And the boy looked at me and said, sir, honestly, I died as soon as the war started. So there's no story for you today. But we have one man who has a beautiful story in many parts. His story starts from doing many things. I'll just want to simply give him this description. He was trained as a computer scientist turned behavioral change therapist and business community and membership specialist with more than 2 decades of experience working. He holds several certificates for several exercise areas of expertise. He now consults for businesses that are into cost strategy and operations, advising with focus on business processes, change management, culture, and business model development. He was once, I think he's also, I don't know whether he still does that nowadays, but he was the You Win monitor and consultant to UWIN, SMEs in the North Central Zone of Nigeria. You know that. And he's been reputed and reported in many journals across the world as the first Nigerian to be certified as an anger mastery coach and therapist from Century Anger Management Institute in the United States, and a certified peak performance business life coach. That means he doesn't get angry, and if you are angry, he knows how to manage you. He's also doing a doctorate. I think by now he should have finished in the University of Business and International Studies in Geneva, Switzerland. He's the immediate past president of Empowerment for Life Coaches Association of Nigeria. He convened the BSG Summit. That summit, the lowest amount, I think the budget that Central Bank released for us was that they spent about 10 to 15 million, but we know it's more than that because there are certain things you cannot qualify in the names of Naira and Kobo. But he's here with us, and I said something before that he is going to talk to us. He teaches, he gives, what he's giving us now is free. His books are on sale outside there. I told you about Based on Logistics and That Fans Don't Pay. 2 books out, he's selling them, very affordable. He's also a personal coach. That one, he collects money. So let's clarify so that you don't come and quote me where I cannot be quoted. He collects money, but he does it very well. He's about the best in Nigeria. I'm also one of his students. I've not entered the anger management class because the way the things are in this country now, I don't want to even lose my anger. I need it. I need it to use in some bus stop and in some areas. When you are driving in this Abuja, you need anger. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, he is a versatile teacher, a prolific speaker, a deep-thinking interpersonal coach, and a business advisor. He's also an author. Let's welcome our friend, Coach Sam Obafemi.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me this afternoon. Thank you, sir, and your wife for all the work that you do. Our time is fast spent, so I'd like to see if I can do my job in half the time I was given so that we can have some panel session on time. I came with recommended books because of the topic I'm about to talk about. I'd like to take you on a journey of, my topic is supposed to be about access. Understanding access, making a case for influence economy. So if you can, I want you to get these books, not written by me, but books that have helped me on this study. My current dissertation in my doctoral program is around this topic. So it's something I'm very, very interested in. This title is The Membership Economy by Robbie Baxter. The Membership Economy. This book is called Subscribed by Tien Zhou. These are 2 books that I have done quite some work reading and trying to implement and share a few thoughts around access. Earlier, when the ED or the MD designate of Jaiz Bank was talking, he said that this is the period of access. We don't own customers. We don't even own anything, really. We just own access. Sometime last year, we woke up to an unfortunate incident where we couldn't log on to Facebook. We didn't have access to Instagram. WhatsApp was off. And it looked like rapture had happened. It was very crazy because suddenly we didn't have access. We didn't have access to what looked like everything. So we are in a system and season where all business owners do is leverage access. CBN is enjoying access to those that are seeking funding and vice versa. Jaiz Bank is asking us to come access facilities, then they can access our lives. It's all about access. Let's do a quick exercise. Please come with me on Instagram. Go to a handle called Dano Milk NG. Dano Milk. Quickly, if you're on Instagram, go to Instagram. Go to the handle called Dano Milk NG. If you're on that handle, wave your phone. on Instagram. Fantastic. I want you to scroll down to, there's one of their posts where they said over 70,000 moms on board. Just check through the timeline. You will see a particular post, I think it's around the 20th post or something. You see a post called over 70,000 moms on board. If you have seen it, wave your phone. If you have seen that post, over 70,000 moms on board. I'm going to use that post as my case study today, briefly, to talk about access, the access economy. When most businesses sell products, for some of you here who have books, or you sell courses, or you do makeup, or you sell hair, most of the things we do is we promote these products. We hope people come to buy them. So the average person here starts business by selling a product or a service. When you decide to sell a product or a service, you use several channels to promote and advertise your product or your service. Am I communicating? Because you are hoping that if somebody sees you for Facebook, they go pay. Or if na Instagram, or LinkedIn, or Twitter, or mailing list, or as I come here, so I say, go and buy my book. That is how we always did. That was a former business model. The current business model revolves around the customer, the data of the customer. Revolves around what we call the subscriber. And so my topic is talking about everything in business now is how much can I influence my buyer so that he can buy more. And some of the studies I'm finding out during my course is that the influence economy lowers marketing costs. Because in the long run, when I build a formidable, strong relationship with whoever is my buyer, I don't have to overmarket again. So in the long run, my marketing budget comes down and my return on investment goes up. Is that not why Facebook today, did you see in the news yesterday that I think in the state of California, Apple and Google were sanctioned by the courts for selling data, customer data. It's on the internet. I think yesterday or 2 days ago. Why are they doing so? Why is Facebook arguably the 4th largest country in the world? If it were a country, it's access to data. So my conversation today is to encourage everyone here, if you're doing business, to adopt what we call the influence economy. There are different names that it is called. We call it the membership economy. We call it the influence economy. There's actually a theory called the social capital theory that says all business is about social capital. If nobody is buying, you are not doing business. Some years ago, Sterling Bank said they were the one customer bank. How many of you heard it before? The one customer bank. Even though I don't have insider information about their strategy, I think that was what they were trying to tell us. Focusing on that one customer. So we're in the age of access. If you are doing business and you are not collecting your buyer data, you are not doing business. You are just a pedestrian business owner. You're just doing pedestrian business. It's like standing on the street and shouting and waving. You don't own anything. Collecting buyer data is very important. Number 2, we're in the age of genuine care. I'm an expert at mental health. And one of the dynamics we have discovered in business growth is that more customers prefer a brand that cares about them than cares about their pockets. So you'll notice that a brand can stay as long as possible provided their buyers think they care. Recession has nothing on those kind of brands. You know, guys, recession won't do anything. Google go there. Because even the people that work in Google don't want to leave Google. Google cares. That time when we did university, they'll be telling us Slumbeja, let's work for. They will tell us that in Slumbeja, they give you this allowance, they give you that care, they give you something. They're like, wow. So sometimes you hear some companies started paternity leave and allowance before it became popular. You think that the employees there will leave? They're not going anywhere. They say, kill us. Fry us, where are your potatoes? So we're in the economy of genuine care. Why should you consider the influence economy? Why should it be a concern for you? If you're a business owner, you should be concerned about adopting the influence economy because you want to grow your market share. And I'm going to explain some strategies that is going to help you do that. You want to grow your market share. I stumbled on this analysis. My assistant found this on the internet. And I want to show you something. The last line on that slide says, the subscription economy, if you can see it, what's the percentage you can see there? Has grown over 435% in 9 years. If you are doing business here, and all you are doing is paying attention to the buyer, focus on what he or she wants, focus on how he or she is behaving, focus on what he or she. Do you know, as we're having this conversation now, you and your guys feed their house, and I go to talk, say, man, we supposed to go chop barbecue and stick meat. Open your Instagram, you see stick meat advert, barbecue advert, you'll be wondering, these people, wow. You know, we're just saying it, and I now open Instagram, and I now just saw it. Yimu, the device is listening. You'll read that in the membership economy. So artificial intelligence in advanced businesses are listening to the buyer and positioning the product to make it look like you were looking for the product. But they were actually just following your instincts. So if you go on Netflix and you watch movies like The Social Dilemma and The Social Network, there are different movies on Netflix that amplify this message. If these big companies are listening to your conversations and positioning products in your face so that you feel that, maybe God is just confirming that I should buy the meat. God sees my heart. I was just thinking that I want to buy iPhone. I was just telling my wife, I just opened Facebook and now saw iPhone 14. I'm sure God is telling me that I should buy it. And maybe you are saying, God, if it's your will that I should buy this thing, just show me a sign. They just open Twitter or TikTok. You just see advert of iPhone. You say, God answers prayers. If the big brands are listening to your conversations and scripting you into buying more, why shouldn't you? That's the influence economy speaking. But how do we have access to those conversations? Some weeks ago, I saw a Proco doctor. He was talking about my paddy. He was promoting this water drinking stuff. When I saw it, of course, because I was doing research in my class, I was imagining that I should have access to a Proco doctor. I just imagine playing the conversation with him. If you have access to him, tell him the secrets, free of charge, no problem. So I was imagining I'm talking with a Proco doctor, and now we'll probably just say, we'll go on radio and say, I am a Proco doctor, I'm your guy, I'm your paddy for life. I want to call you randomly this week. Just give me access to talk to you this week about anything. He has a lot of fans. We'll put you, say, just okay, so if you want me to call you, go on our website, whatever that product was, and just drop your number randomly. And you find people trafficking to the website because they want to hear a Proco doctor's voice. Imagine they do that with RMD. Imagine they do that with Ramsey Noah. All these fair ladies will just die. Imagine that they do it with, say, Kate Henshaw, say, Omotola. All of us guys will like, I want to hear her voice. It's a strategy. You go to the site, drop your details. They randomly call you, 2 minutes call, 1 minute call. You are satisfied. You are happy, but they've collected your data. So today they're selling you generic water. Then the next day they tell you, how do you like your water? Salty, a little of sugar, a little of ginger, a little of this. What do you think? They say, you know what, go to this app, download this app, color your water bottle the way you want. What are they doing? They are using your information to create product variations. They come back and look at the data. Oh, 75% of people want their water a little bit of sugar. New product comes out. The people will still go and buy. Why am I spending on an advertising campaign when I can simply just have me interact with you, and in the 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, what you give me is what I use for my product evolution? Market don't set. Influence economy. Am I communicating with someone? Very simple logic. The second reason why you should be interested in the influence economy is to grow goodwill. And I just described that. Because me now, who do I expect to want to connect with self? Just thinking, I have access to the chief herself. There are some people that you just wish, in your dream you are saying, if I can just meet this person. So a brand can leverage and give access to people for that. Builds goodwill. Very important. So, in 5 minutes, how do you build a system in your business that leverages the influence economy? This is a subject matter very, very dear to me. Because I have seen, when I was doing my literature review, one of the data I found is that brand loyalty is not equal to purchase loyalty. I may like your brand. It's not the same thing as I am buying from your brand. They are two different things. And so I found that there's a nexus. If we can build membership systems that make people like our brand, then we can do a transition into buying more from our brand. And as we're engaging those people in our systems, they feel heard, they feel we feel them, they get the vibe. They tell more people, man, those guys are on point. So not only am I buying more, I'm encouraging everyone to buy more, and the reward system in the membership system makes them feel a lot of reciprocity, reciprocate more. So you realize that in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, your marketing budget you can just stay stuck. You don't have to reduce it, but you don't have to increase it. And then people become advocates. Now then they die for you. Why are we dying for Idris Elba? Dying for Obama? Even Donald Trump, we notice he gets sense. People, they die for the man. There's just something about influence that we can transit and, adapt into marketing. So, how? Number one, if you want your business to really grow and do well, so that by the time we're coming for the next PABAM in 2023, you must start with your why. Simon Sinek says start with your why. I think it was Chief Johnson that said, you can't serve everyone. But your business must determine the people we want to serve. And be very clear about it. Because I like how my sister put it. Today somebody is doing okra, you plant. Tomorrow you see somebody doing groundnut, you uproot your own, you plant. You are not rooted in your why. Why are you doing the business you are doing? Are you doing it because your mom was doing it? Are you doing it because your classmates from the university said it's the in thing? It takes me back to cryptocurrency when all of us were running crypto. Let me not go there so that some people will not start crying. Why are you doing what you are doing? Because people will buy into the why more than they will buy into the product or the service. That's the first place to start. Number two, you must be aggressive about harvesting buyer data or lead data or prospect data. This is very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's anything you should take away from my conversation or my talk today, never meet a person and leave the person without collecting contacts. If that's your habit, in the long run, you know go get who to sell to. Customers are moving too fast. The dynamics in business are too dynamic. There's so much happening at the same time. So if you're saying that we did and they like us, we always get new people, it go shock you. I was talking to my sister about the proliferation of real estate developers. Suddenly, everywhere you turn, billboard. So suddenly, if I were to go into real estate business, I'm already at loss who to deal with. But what if, before this explosion, there was a relationship between a real estate company and maybe my class of customers? I'm not bothered how many billboards show up. I know where I stand. So it's very important to collect data. Very, very important. Number 3, variety of data. This is just to qualify harvesting your contacts. The minimum you should harvest or minimum you should have, and this is one thing we're going to implement, even for PABAM. There is so much going on, you have to be able to say, I have the phone numbers and at least email address of anyone that ever interacts with my business. The time of, I have 1 million IG followers. By yourself, you go wake up. Instagram go disable your handle. Go and ask Tunde Ednot. Last year, I think he had to create handle after handle, they will shut it down. You go this one, they shut it down. I wonder who the guy offended. The gods were angry. You can wake up one day and your Facebook has disappeared. What you have more control over is phone numbers and email addresses that you have kept within your control. That is why that is very important. Then, depending on the kind of business you operate, you can expand the variety of data. A typical example, Dano Milk says 20,000 moms. It means that in their data, they are collecting gender and those who have children. That's a variety of data. You remember the days of Etisalat, when it looked like they were youth-centric. It means that age was a factor in their data collection. Jaiz Bank is doing business with all religious people. However, they may also say, you know what, Ramadan period, we have exclusive meals for Muslims. But if the data does not capture religion, how do you attract that class? You just blast to everybody? No. So your data should have variety that is dependent on the kind of product or services or the kind of data you want to mine. Very, very key. The next point, which is for me the most important point, oiling the data. You must learn to groom and harness the data. I was talking to a group of schools, and I said all schools now should have a unit or a department for child management. Gone are the days of having one blanket curriculum and say we are a British curriculum, American curriculum. No. In this age and time, you need to begin to interact with the child. Oh, this child has, you talked about intelligences, musical competencies. This child is more of an art person. This child is more of a public speaker and political. The guy, they show politics for him blood. And begin to create services around that. So that your schools are not just generic schools. Your schools are also niche-based schools. So I know that when I want my child to be sports-focused, I can go to so-so-so school. And they can cross-pollinate. That way, competition is off the table. Collaboration is improved. This is the influence economy. And they move them around. When Ongaben was introducing me, he said, I've done many things. Yes, I have. My first degree is computer science. I was posted to Lagos to serve as a copper. When I got to Lagos, I served with Lagos City Computer College, Ikeja along. It was while I was there, I noticed that there was this calling. It looked like they wrote counselor on my forehead. So people come up to me and say, I I have issue. I don't know what course to read. Oh, I was raped. Oh, I was molested. Oh, my sister's husband is harassing me. So kids were coming to me. And that time, the only thing I knew was Bible. I said, no, let's pray. Come, let me pray with you. I hold my hand. But over time, I noticed the demand increased. So I became interested. I started finding more information. That's how I became certified in EQ, anger management, neuro-linguistics programming, and started shifting focus. Now, by 2010, I had become most of the certifications, including life coaching. That was where I met Fife. In fact, the very first life coaching in my life I met was Fife. When I got to Lanre Olushala's office, I said, hi. I met one guy sitting, I said, hello, I'm here for life coaching class. Fife looked up. I said, just wait. So please put your hands together for Fife Bankole. So I became a life coach in 2010. Then I made up my mind that I was going to leave my job. So I left my job. Then we started the journey of, I noticed that any signboard I saw, I will copy. I had a large diary. I'll copy phone number and email address. Anywhere I see phone number and email, I will copy it. God help you, I see your phone number, I will copy it. God help me, I see your email address, I'll copy it. Then once in a week, I was telling my PA yesterday or today, once in a week, I'll go to the cyber cafe and pay for 1 hour of browsing, 100 naira, okay, Alpha, in Lagos. That big diary, I'll open it. I had an email called Faster Mail, Mr. Obafemi at fastermail.com. I'll open the mail and start typing all the email addresses in the contact list. I will not come home in the night and be writing all the things I'm blasting today. Since 2003, you'll not be today. I'll just write story, how I went and entered Molue, how rain beat me, how I came back, how this one. The moral of the story is this. I will blast it once a week. 100 naira, cyber cafe. So when Coach talked about consistency, this matter no be today. So today, oh, the octopus, oh, your fee is this one, oh, you're this one, no be today, oh. But there's a place I'm going. The same email addresses I used to send mails to. When I started business consulting, the same people, I will mail them. When I started selling, so anything I'm selling today is the same transition of the same audience that are more increasing in number and clout and context and nature and size. So when my web team tells me that today my email size has reached 15K, there were days when my email size was probably just 200 emails. That is the flow. So when you go back home today, all the complimentary cards you have abandoned in that drawer, bring them out. Open an Excel sheet. Write name, phone number, email. Name, phone number, email. Ask anybody, how can I put this into a mailing system? Then start engaging them. And when I say engage them, don't just be selling only your own thing. You're a makeup artist. You find a course in business development and something. So, I stumbled on a program, you may be interested. Send it to the same people. Because you are feeding them, they will reciprocate. They will stay. So in my last words would be, remember that this is the age of access. Anyone you meet is access to unlimited wealth. One of the strong things about influence economy is, I may not have the money to pay you, but I have people that have money that can pay you. You have access to me. When most of you don't like network marketing, but let me tell you the secret that you can understand. Network marketing thrives on influence economy. You see that pyramid you people don't like? Bring to. It's actually a system that thrives on influence economy. You know why? Somebody at the top of the pyramid may not have the cash to pay you, but they can project what you do to other people through whom you get paid. So if I have 500 contacts on my phone, and I put your flyer on my status, and 10 out of 500 reach you, have I been a blessing to you or not? Influence economy. Please, don't joke with human beings, because human beings are the gateway to wealth. Recession has nothing on you if you understand the influence economy. Thank you very much.
Please keep clapping, keep clapping. Today, I'll go home and open an Excel sheet. There was a day my wife told me and said, all these your complimentary card, I will throw them away. But today they have use. There are some people, you just see them, minister of this, they give you card. You don't even know what to tell them. Coach Sam, I'm coming. Oh. You tell me what to tell those people, because the only thing I don't like in my life is waiting in the reception or waiting room, and I'm suspecting the minister is looking at me through CCTV camera. You say, that guy don't sleep, he don't sleep. Okay, tell him to come. By the time you go there, you don't even forget what you want to tell the minister. But we need to know how to use this, our contact, please. Coach, we need... So, Nancy, while you were away, we said that we cannot wait for this thing to be annual. In fact, let's even be class 2 now. Abi, let next year, another first set, let them be first year. We can do second class in maybe December or January. Let's do another quarter. So we'll be graduating from class to class. We don't have to wait. Let others be following us. We'll tell them we are class 001. But so that you did not attend, you attended for free, we want to dash you money. Yes, for learning, for sitting down to this time. And this is how it works. 2 simple things, or 3 you need to do. The first thing is that you need to follow us on our social media handles. It's on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram is MONEYLINE with Nancy TV. MONEYLINE with Nancy TV. And then on Twitter, where it's MONEYLINE TV. You see these 2? So if you follow us, that's first step. Second step is that you take a beautiful picture from this summit, from this masterclass. Take a beautiful picture. Now, if you know that you don't trust your makeup, you don't have to use your own picture. You can snap another person. Just make sure it's a beautiful picture. And it's from this conference. It's from this masterclass. Then you use any of these 2 hashtags, PABAM 2022. So PABAM 2022. Hashtag PABAM 2022 or hashtag MONEYLINE with Nancy. Any of these 2. Now, our social media team, they are outside. Between now and the end of this conference, they will pick up the best picture for this conference, and the winner will take home 10,000 naira. Just for snapping and putting online. So remember, if you like, use hashtag 200 times. If you are not following us, you are not eligible. That means you are not, you cannot do convocation if you did not do matriculation. So you have to follow us first. Snap the picture, and I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be you. If it's you, fine. But if you don't, use another person. You can even come and snap this front row. It's a beautiful picture. This is a winning picture already. See them. Very successful people. It's a show of something. So 10,000 naira up for grab. Who knows? I may decide to add something to that 10,000. But make sure you take these pictures. Just keep sending. You have multiple entries. You can't do only one. Snap picture. If you send it, add another one. Take another one. Bros, your picture will sell. It will go far. So that's it for the pictures. Please do that quickly. Keep following. Just follow us. You can share also to your friends to follow so we can have a bigger class next time. The next item very quickly on the program is another presentation. You heard from the boss himself, the Cowrie Asset Management, but this time we have the man who is in Abuja, so we can run to him anytime. That our guy is in Lagos. you have to pay flight, and you know what it is. Even black market now is like 120. That's where you sit near the toilet. It's 120. So, but this man is in Abuja. We can meet him anytime, ask him any questions. He's coming to talk to us. He's the senior vice president. Let's welcome Mr. Okudili Egu to talk to us from Cowrie Asset Management. Please put your hands together for me. It's not easy.
Thank you, sir. Just stand on established protocol. Nancy, thanks for organizing this event. It's a great success. Congratulations. My MD has actually done a very good job, and everybody here has said a lot of things that should inspire us and make us become a lot better and successful. I will just try to dwell more. I'll just try to dwell more on telling us who we are, what we do. Essentially, Cowrie Asset is an investment banking outfit. Our goal is to make you achieve your life dream, to grow your wealth and become wealthy. You are wealthy not by how much you have in your pocket or how much you have in bank account. You are wealthy when you can trade your time, when you are no longer compelled to earn a living because you want to live. When you are wealthy, you have reserve of financial assets, reserve of assets that can take care of your day-to-day operating expenses. That's when you can say you are wealthy. Until you achieve that, you are in a rat race. So, and we have always partnered with Nancy as a corporate entity in trying to advocate and deepen financial literacy in Nigeria. It's unfortunate that our educational curriculum did not equip us so much with financial knowledge. So we have a lot of people, even when they have several certificates, they are what we can term financially illiterate. So you are financially literate if you can know how to earn better and earn well. We can say you are financially literate when you know and understand how to save and the importance of saving. You are financially literate when you know what to do with that saving. Leaving your money in a bank just because it's 100 years old and earning 2% is injurious to you. Is harmful. So if you just leave it there, you have not done any work. Inflation is eroding your value on a daily basis. So when you have saved, you need to invest that money. So when you know what to invest in, you are financially literate. So if you also understand your spending pattern and knows how to prioritize your expenses and strive to live below your means and not above your means, then you are financially literate. Then if you also know and you are knowledgeable enough to know how to borrow effectively. A lot of us Nigerians are victims of Shylocks, are victims of MMM and the likes. So if you know how to borrow very well from the economy, then you are financially literate. Now, the banks pay interest per annum. When you begin to borrow and pay flat rates on a monthly basis, there's a problem. So that means that you are not financially literate. Then if you know how to preserve your wealth and protect it in such a manner that you can easily transmit it from one generation to the other, then you are financially literate. So Nancy, using her MONEYLINE platform, have tried to ensure that all of us are financially literate or financially better and know what to do with our personal finance. So personal finance is the key thing we should see and know how we can improve upon. So we want to congratulate Nancy for the job she has been doing for over a decade. So let me just talk about Cowrie Assets. We are an investment banking outfit that is regulated by Securities and Exchange Commission. So we are licensed by this commission to be an issuing house, to be a broker-dealer funds and portfolio management, financial advisor, underwriter, and venture capital management. Those are licenses we have from SEC. So one thing about investment is who are the operators you are dealing with, who supervises them, who regulates them. So a lot of us, we are victims of the Ponzi scheme because we believed in the CAC documents. Anybody can stay in his house and acquire a CAC document. That does not mean the person is regulated. The finance industry is one industry that the government pay a lot of attention to, and they regulate every firm and members, professionals, staff, senior staff of those firms, both at CBN and at the capital market. So it's important that you work with firms that are properly regulated. One of the major problems that we have seen with the cryptocurrency and the damage that's done to a lot of people is because it's not a regulated market. And because there was no buffer. In 2008, if you remember, almost big banks crashed globally. But something happened. Central banks across board came in and provided a bailout to most of the banks. Bank of America, Citibank, they were all bailed out. But when there was a winter in the crypto space, there was nothing to bail out. There was no institution to come and bail out anybody. And that's why the damage is a bit irreversible at the moment. So it's important that we pay attention to regulation. Do not put your money in any firm, in any space that is not regulated, and people who are not willing to subject themselves to regulation. So we operate a holding structure group, and we have subsidiaries in the securities trading, in consulting, in fund management, which we use our Carry Treasurers Limited to do. And we also provide real estate advisory, and we have a BDC subsidiary also. So our mission is to create exceptional wealth for all our stakeholders. And we have a mission to be the foremost Pan-African wealth-creating financial services provider of global repute. We have quite a couple of landmark achievements since we started operation. We have been issuing house and financial advisors to Ebonyi State government, Edo State government, Bayelsa State government, and Flour Mills of Nigeria in their bond issuance program. Now, for the participants who have here, we feel that to create wealth, you can start by going through the collective investment schemes, or doing equities, or just doing fixed income securities. Collective investment schemes is where we have the mutual funds, the REITs, and the likes. I'm sure a lot of us here are contributors to the RSA scheme. The RSA scheme is a product from the pension industry. Now, if you have been a contributor in the scheme for the past 10 years, and if you look at your balance, you will see that the PFAs have created more value for you than what you have actually contributed. And that's the fact. So analyze it. So, but the PFA or the RSA is a compelled savings, is a compelled savings scheme. But when you look at the balance, it may not be enough to cater for your retirement or for cater for future dreams of yours. So it is important that you also have another voluntary savings scheme that could be retail, that could become small. The collective investment schemes through mutual funds can provide you that opportunity. You also have a fund manager that will manage those funds and create the same kind of value that the RSAs are creating for you. Now, the equities market, yes, after the 2008 and 2009 market collapse, a lot of people are shy of the equities market. What happened in that era is that post-banking consolidation in 2004, the market was awash with so much money. The banks had they raised a lot of funds from the consolidations, and they were creating a lot of margin loans, giving people money to buy their own stocks. So we created an asset bubble in the Nigerian economy. If you look at the US market today, there has been a market correction arising from over a decade of bubble created in the US equities, especially in the tech industry. And that was fueled by easy money. Now that there's serious tightening in the US economy, we are beginning to see the bubble created being corrected, and the market is losing significantly than when compared to Nigeria. We had our own in 2008 to 2009. A lot of people lost money. So when you talk to them about equities, they shy away. But the truth is that the orientation we had in 2008 and the propaganda created around then were very faulty. They were based on faulty promises. Equity investment is about becoming a shareholder. So before you become a shareholder, you must know what the company do, what they produce, who patronizes them, what market share do they have, and what is their performance record, what is the antecedent of their management. Now, for me, our asset values of most Nigerian listed companies is heavily underpriced. The performances we have seen from them, they've been quite consistent. We have had companies that have paid dividends for more than 15 years consecutively without missing any year. And we have very strong entities like the MTN, the Airtel, even the banks. Our banks are very robust, very stable, and they've been doing so well. I still don't understand why people are shying away from investing in equities market. Even from dividend yields alone, we have stocks, especially those in NSE 30, that are paying dividend yields above 15%. So you may have to rethink your phobia towards equities market and maybe have a look at it again. Talk to a financial advisor, a stockbroker to help you, guide you to have a better understanding of equities market. Now, the fixed income market, yeah, the equities market is very volatile. The prices will go up and down. But what we encourage people is to ignore the price and have a long-term posture. So the fixed income market, you have the bonds, the euro bonds, the treasury bills, commercial papers, all forms of debt instruments falls into the equity products, the fixed income products. So within Cowrie, we have products that can appeal to a lot of us. We have a promissory note, which we call current period notes, that you can use for short-term money market investments. So these are the features. We'll share these slides with organizers, and they will share to everybody. We'll talk about the bonds. When my MD was speaking, he said that the federal government is owing about 45 trillion naira. We have that debt profile is in local and foreign components. The local component is in form of debt issuances, bonds they have issued to people, you and I, who are borrowing money to the federal government. The federal government has been issuing bonds since 2000 till now, almost on monthly basis. And the yields on those bonds are very attractive. They could come in the form of savings bonds that have 2 to 3 years maturity, or could come in the form of regular bonds that have maturities from 5 to 30 years. We have bonds that have maturities up to 2050. So the interest rate the federal government pays in funding and financing the deficit is almost close to market, close to inflation rates. Today, because of the rate hikes and the inflation pressure we have, yields on fixed income securities is as high as 15% for tenures between 5 to 10 years. So if you have an investment scheme that is giving you 15% annual yields, why would you not want to go and do a Ponzi or do something that is not sustainable? In developed climes, it's difficult to have investments in fixed income securities as high as 7 or 8%. So we have a good opportunity with fixed income, especially for those who are risk averse and for those who are elderly. If you are above 55 years of age, it's no longer advisable for you to play strongly in the equities market or get yourself involved in any form of trading. So equity investments, I've mentioned about it, and I've talked about it several, in details. It is for long term, for young people, this is the best route to create and build wealth, is the equities market. We have 2 investment opportunities, dividends twice a year for most firms, and the possibility of a capital gain. Take the MTN offer, for instance. The offer opened at 163. Today, at some point, it traded as high as 240. But it's been, even with the bearish condition we have had, it's hovering around 200. So also for a lot of other companies listed. Now, Euro bonds, we have seen a slide that showed how Naira has depreciated from 155 in 2013 to where it is now. So if you have future obligations in USD or in foreign currency, or if you are concerned about your personal net worth, and you want to hedge and preserve some of your wealth, it might be ideal for you to look at having dollar assets. One of the best routes to having that is to have a bond dominated in foreign currency. And these are called Euro bonds. And most Euro bonds are dominated in dollars. So in debt instruments, we are concerned about the health of the issuer. Who is borrowing? Who is the person giving us, we are lending this money to? So the capacity of the issuer to pay back is always very important. And the credit rating of the issuer is important. So we advise that if you want to do Euro bonds, why not consider Nigerian issued Euro bonds? The federal government have issued several Euro bonds. Several corporate entities, listed corporate entities, have also issued Euro bonds, especially those in the banking sector, the likes of Access Bank, the likes of Fidelity Bank, First Bank, Zenith Bank, ETI. They all have several Euro bonds they've issued. Federal government have more than 10 maturities of Euro bonds. So, and the federal government is a sovereign sovereign entity, and all sovereign entities are always termed risk-free to some extent, so that they will always have a means to meet their obligations. Now, for the corporate entities, if Access Bank and the likes, Access Bank declared profit of 88 billion in 6 months for 2022. Now, that profit they have declared is after meeting all financial obligations, including paying interest and obligations on their Euro bonds. So if they have that capacity to meet that obligation and declare that amount of profit, I'm sitting pretty just investing in their Euro bonds, earning dollars, and earning my income. And the yields on Euro bonds today hovers around 10%. So if I can earn 10% in dollars, why would I go and earn 10% in Naira? So we can consider introducing Euro bonds to our portfolio. Now, as financial advisors, what I always encourage people is to have a portfolio approach to your investment. So your portfolio could have a mix of equities, fixed income, real estate, commodities. So working with a financial advisor, we can structure, based on your risk profile, what weight should go to what asset class. So, and we also provide portfolio management, where you can also give us discretionary powers to manage your portfolio, and then have a bench performance target that we should meet, in servicing you. Treasury bill is one instrument that a lot of people invested in within the era of 2016 to 2017 until we had some like of financial repression that came into being. But treasury bill rates are coming up again. The last auction closed 365 days at 10.5% discount rate. So if you want to know more about treasury bills, the features of treasury bills, you could talk to us. You could talk to about 6 of my colleagues are here. We could tell you and guide you on how you can access the treasury bill. It's erroneous to think that it's only the banks that can help you buy or invest in treasury bills. Treasury bill is an instrument of the federal government issued via the Debt Management Office. All capital market operators and all financial service operators or service providers are equipped to help you access the treasury bills market. Now, we have 3 mutual funds that SEC has approved for us to run. And we have our Cowrie Euro Bonds Fund coming into place too. Now, the mutual fund is avenue for somebody who is not vast in investment space. You are not eligible, and you want to have faith in the fund manager to manage it on behalf of you and others who have pulled into that particular fund. So mutual fund is a pooled resources, trusting one fund manager to manage it for the benefit of contributors. But the mutual fund can come in different categories depending on the strategy and the investment goal of the fund. So you could have an equity fund that invests only, the asset is invested only in equities. We could have a fixed income fund that is invested only in bonds and money market instruments. Then we can have a balanced fund that invests in both equities and fixed income. So that's the three categories of funds we have. Minimum investment to invest in mutual funds is usually very low as 5,000 naira. But you can achieve wealth if you are consistent and you are willing to do the long-term gain. Now, increasingly, the commodity space has provided a lot of opportunities as an alternative asset class that investors can also play in. We have Afex as maybe the leading commodity exchange in Nigeria as today. As a commodity exchange, they try to bring into an ecosystem where farmers, processors, investors can play, and everybody will draw benefit from the system. So with the Afex commodity exchange, you can use that exchange as an intermediary to finance farmers. You can use that exchange to buy produce at harvest and store in their own warehouses, and it will be graded. And if they say it's A grading, it will actually be A grading. You can also use that exchange to finance exporters who have confirmed contracts, and they are looking for a means to finance the exports contract they have. And the Afex will stand as a guarantor, and they will stand in between as a financial intermediary, ensuring that all counterparties keep to their terms of engagement. So commodity exchange is one space we should also be looking towards, rather than the traditional finance that we're all used to. So about carry assets, we believe so much in technology. We have online channels that you can use to access us and get serviced at all times. In conclusion, we look forward for an opportunity to be of service to you by acting as your fund manager, securities broker, financial advisor, and wealth advisor. Our staffs are available in this hall to provide further clarification. And we want to say that we are committed to creating wealth for you. Talk to us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please clap for him now. Cowries. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the high point. But there's one book that Nancy will write. I think she will have started it. It's titled, When Your Boss is Your Friend. I want to introduce, forgive me that I did not introduce this person early enough. She's a presenter, special one. She's a newscaster, a media manager, a trainer, and a mentor, and a friend even to those she mentors. She's the managing director, Africa Independent Television, AIT, Dr. Tosin Dokwesi. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. When your boss is your friend, that's the book Nancy will write. You need to use that. Your boss does not believe in you, he will not attend your program. Thank you, ma'am, for endorsing this brand. We appreciate you. Thank you. We are talking about access and opportunity. That is one you are seeing there alive. Just ask her for anything, she'll give you access. Even if she doesn't hold the key, she will collect the key, open the door for you, and allow you access. Please clap for her especially. So we are moving quickly, and now we are going into the panel discussion. And this is where it gets open. We wanted to do it earlier, but we knew that it's good to have you ask the question. So we'll just do this quickly. I'll invite the panelists to go up, and then they'll sit the moderator. Let's engage them. Let's ask them all the questions. So without wasting time and in no particular order, let's welcome Coach Sam Obafemi, the Octopus, to join us up there. We also want to invite Madam Elizabeth Taylor. Please put your hands together for her. We'll also want to bring up I'm sure this is the representative of Oga Chief Johnson Chukwu. Is represented beautifully by Okudili Egu, the Senior Vice President. Please clap for him. I'm sure if they are doing presidential debate, you can represent him too. We also have on this panel Fife Banks, his partner, CEO, Brave Icons Global Limited. He's also the president of the Young CEOs. The truth is that all of them in that group are not all young. But, age has nothing to do with starting your company. Somebody walked into a bank and said, how can I start a small company? And the man told him, start a big one first and wait for 5 years. It will become small. The moderator of this panel has moderated over 5,000 TV presentations, spoken to everybody you need, from presidents to those who have intention to start business and those who are even in the wrong business. He has asked them questions, and she has brought them back to life. The convener of PAVAM, executive producer and anchor, MONEYLINE with Nancy on AIT. Let's welcome Nancy Naji. Please clap for her, clap for her. When your husband stands to honor you, please put your hands together. Is it easy? The first day I tried to surprise my wife was the last day I tried it. Now I have to ask her, please, what do you want? Our panel is fully constituted. Please give them a round of applause.
Hello.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Please, can you give yourselves a round of applause? And you know why you're giving yourself a round of applause? Because you're still here till this time. If you remember what I said at the beginning of the program, I come with intention. I come with, and I'm going back with, fantastic. Clap for yourselves. So for you to still stay here by this time means that you are really committed to your personal and your business development. I'm hoping so, isn't it? Now, our speakers have spoken. And it will be so much disservice that we don't give you access to ask questions. Coach Sam said something earlier. Influence, access. In my place, there's an adage that goes, Onye nwe mado, ko onye nwe ego. Let me put it in a way you understand. Now, person will get person, past person will get money. Because if you get person, people here, money, business. For me to put this together today is as a result of influence, social capital. Starting with Africa Independent Television, Dark Communications. Please make that applause resounding. You know why? Madam Tosin. Oh, God. She's been away for a while. She went abroad. Of course, she's a mom, mother's duties and all of that. And I didn't even know she was back. And she just came back. And a member of my team, Victor, came to whisper to me, it's like MDAIT is here. Oh. And she's seated at the back. Oh. I said, really? Auntie Tosin, where is she? And I had to go get her. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for the support all the time. I want to publicly acknowledge your support of AIT and for Dark Communications. For the brand MONEYLINE with Nancy being on air for so many years now, transition from money show till now. Fife was talking earlier about consistency, about transition, about prosperity, but you've got to be focused. And that is why we've assembled these people here today. Singularity of purpose. I hope that this your Saturday is a Saturday well spent. It's not a Saturday just for Owambe and wearing Ashwebi, but it's a Saturday that when you go home today, you will sleep well. And when you wake up tomorrow, all the stuff you took from here, you are implementing them ASAP. And just like I have also been mandated, if you think that I've not also been the only motivated person, MC was saying something earlier, that we need to do class 2. So I was thinking as I was sitting down here, you are the people that will graduate to the next class. So that next year we're not talking the same thing. So we have to think, and I have able people here to help me. We will structure something and see how it will be. My coach is here, Coach Fife. In his presentation, he said, work with a coach. Hey, work with who? A coach. All American presidents have coaches. Do you wonder why Barack Obama is the way he is? But here in Nigeria, every day, I know it, I don't know. You will go to the grave empty and not fulfilling your life's purpose. So that is why we are here today. And I hope that you have questions that you have to ask. This panel is not complete unless we invite Jais Bank up to this panel. Please, another resounding applause for Jais Bank. In case you did not hear what they said earlier, that they are ready to handhold you. So make sure that before you leave this hall, better go to their stand there. I don't want to hear, I don't have assistance. They are already here and they've committed to that. So now let's get into it very quickly. I know that we've been giving these personal assessments tools, isn't it? And you've honestly filled it. I would want Coach Fife and Coach Sam quickly to just look at it and just use, and also Coach Liz, 5 minutes. Let's just go through it if we can. I have vivid imagination. I worry about things. I get angry easily. My husband can tell you that I get angry easily. When we were performing this thing, but he has a coping mechanism of coping with me that when I get angry, will not, this woman. But you know what? I'm also working on it myself. If you saw what happened this afternoon, my coach, he came there and I was like, I have emotional intelligence that I'm not getting angry with the light, the NEPA, earlier. So you've got to tell yourselves the truth. I like to solve complex problems. I complete tasks successfully. I like order. I try to lead others. I value cooperation over competition. I enjoy being part of a group. Business assessment questions, which is very important. Are you a business owner here? How many business owners are here? Oh, okay. About half of the hall. Do you have a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year vision for your business? Have you identified measurable goals? Are you effective with time management? I and Liz were talking earlier on. If we had started this show at 10, 10 is 10. If you are supposed to open your shop at 8 and you are opening by 10, you are not a serious business owner. I am confident about your cash flow. I'm able to balance work and personal life. I'm working on it. I know where my clients are. I'm very satisfied. I have a system for monitoring. And the 10th question. So, Coach Liz, Coach Fife, Coach Sam, over to you. 5 minutes if we can. Have you answered the questions? Yes or no? Coach Sam, do you want to start? How do we, if you have like more than 5 years or so, how do we go about it? Very quickly.
Okay, so we need to categorize these questions. For the business questions, if there are 10 questions, I think that the way it's done in traction, for instance, if you have less than 6 yeses, then you really need a lot of business support. So I think that the level 2 of this event will be informed based on the number of yeses that we have, or no's rather.
Okay.
The areas that we find gaps will determine the next course that we're going to undertake.
So I suppose that they should write their names and their phone numbers and emails and submit this to us.
Yes, please. So your name, your WhatsApp number, your email address, and then score the assessment. Because if you're going to be invited for the next cohort, it is the data that we have from your completion that will determine what. So what we're going to do will be like syndicate sessions. Not everybody will attend the same thing.
Yes. Okay.
So we'll just create syndicate sessions from the answers, and then people can attend focus sessions to solve the specific challenges.
Okay.
To say that you have to be very objective in answering these questions. If you don't tell us the truth, we are not able to help.
True.
If you don't have the true picture of what's really going on, all our advice will just be falling on, deaf ears or on desert grounds.
I've told you my own now, so don't see me as a perfect person. I've told you where my problem is here. I've answered mine, and I'm working on it. So for you to grow personally and business-wise, you've got to be true to yourself. Nobody knows it all. So be truthful here. Okay, please.
I think it's on.
Press the push.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
So I want to go a step further. Before we come back for the syndicate sessions, I want to give us an assignment to start asking ourselves, why? If there's the most powerful question you will ever ask yourself in your life is why. Because why leads you down the rabbit hole. It helps you start to interrogate yourself. It helps you start to identify if, for example, you worry about things. Is it because you've experienced some trauma in the past that this worry is now hindering you from stepping into some growth you are supposed to be going into? So by the time we now come back, you are now armed with, okay, I have this problem of worry, and I suspect that this is where it's coming from. Then we can now drill down and now start helping you to help you know, okay, this is how you can release yourself from trauma. This is how you can inoculate yourself from these destructive patterns. So it takes a lot of courage. Why? 3 words, 3 letters, W-H-Y. It seems like a very simple question to ask yourself. You understand? But then in my experience, when you now start asking people why, so why do you think this is like this? Why do you think this is like that? Is when grown men and grown women start to unravel and they start to cry. And after they cry, after the reggae comes the blues. After they cry, then you now start finding out strength starts to come, and then you now start seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. So don't just complete this thing and go and say, I'm waiting for, because you are the most important ingredient in the next step.
Yeah.
And none of us here has a monopoly of knowledge. So it's what you bring and what we bring that will help us make a beeline towards success, if that makes sense to you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me quickly add that once you are doing this, you may begin to have a feeling of, oh, I'm not good enough. How come I have 7 no's when some people beside me have, 10 yeses? You see, and that's where coaching comes in. It's really a developmental effort. It's about moving from where you are now to where you desire to be. So don't go feeling, oh, my business is worse than that of the next person. Comparison is not for wise people.
Yeah.
I clap now. Comparison is not for wise people. Wow. So there are no 2 Nancy's, just one. Thank you. Okay, so now we've come to it. Your questions, are we armed? Where should we start from? Are the mics within the audience so that we can begin to take your questions? Put your hands up. And when you want to ask your question, don't be shy, please, because why we are doing this today is to really be naked with ourselves here. So that at the end of the day, when you are going back home, you feel that you have, gotten the objective of why you are here today. That is really why we are here. So if you want to ask a question, put your hands up. And I suppose that you all should ask questions. Say your name, what you do, and ask the question very briefly, and perhaps who that question should be directed to. If you don't have, we can similarly answer. Don't forget that Jai's Bank is on this panel, as well as Cowrie Asset is on this panel to grow your wealth. You've heard it today. As small as 5,000 naira, you can be wealthy. As small as 5K. So don't tell me you can't do it. As small as 5,000 naira. I'm not telling you what I have not practiced. So there is no excuse. You are seeing them here. You are seeing Jai's here. So very quickly, I can see Ebele Marcos. Yes, Ebele Marcos, number 1. I know Ebele, so that's why.
Good evening, everybody. Straight to the question. I think this question goes to 3 persons. Dear Nancy, about the 2 major coaches. Simple. There's this saying that it's easier to unlock the safe of a bank than to unlock the heart of a king. You talked about influence. You talked about access. And we have also seen that Nancy has unlocked the heart of so many kings. What was the secret? Thank you.
Okay, I think we should take all the questions before the answers. Or should we be going to and fro? Should we take all the questions? Okay. Yes, the mic. Please, can I get a pen? My team, can I get a pen? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My question goes to Coach.
Please, your name and what you do.
My name is Hezekiah Jonah Abba. I am a clergy and into health insurance.
Okay.
My question goes to Sam, and though my sister there is not on the CBN rep, may need to...
She's here.
Yes. Recently, a young man I know for a long time ran to me to take a counsel if he would have to go out of the country because of the situation at hand. But I also know that some years back he's a beneficiary of You Win. And I now asked him that you cannot go out. To me, he's a debtor to the country. I cannot see vividly the money given to him, how he translated to employing at least 5 persons. I even aided him to to do the competition then. My question is this. Why is it that all this intervention that we are giving out from CBN to banks and translating, there's no proper monitoring? And then what are we doing differently now? There are a lot of interventions are flying. How do we make sure that every intervention given translates to what is the end product that we expect? Or how do we receive back that money and give it to us that really need it? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Please note that this assessment that we talked about should be submitted at the MONEYLINE stand. And that will be when we are done. And you can also pick up your certificates from the MONEYLINE stand when we are done. Don't go to submit now. This is the cocoa of the matter now. Okay, I can see, yes, let's take, for gender balance, let's take front. Quickly, with these questions, are we going to leave here?
Good evening, everyone.
Please be fast with your name and go straight to the question.
My name is Beatrice Anachina. I'm an external solicitor to commercial banks. So I have a question, and it goes to the gentleman from Jai's Bank, sir. Considering the current financial regulations as to benchmark for lending 500,000, above which you have to present a collateral. So my question for small enterprises now is, how can they access loan to create change, to expand with the idea they have? I know that there's something called a negative pledge. Is there a way that their ideas can be collateralized and used to give them loan, and the bank can monitor the business as they grow. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, okay, yes, let's go there. Okay, there's someone there. Let's go there. We've taken from here, so we'll take from here the next time.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Taiwo, and I run a human resource consulting business. One of my questions is directed at Coach Fife Banks. You mentioned something about purpose, and you gave an analogy of climbing an 80-floor building and getting to the 79th floor and finding out that you have been on the wrong journey. I asked a mentor of mine once, how does one really come into their purpose? And he said to me, whatever your hand finds to do, do it well, and then you will discover your purpose along the line. But you've given a different perspective now that makes me ask, what if I've been on the wrong journey? I'm in human resources. What if that's not really my purpose? Do I keep doing, really, how does one come into their purpose in practical terms? My second question goes to Coach Liz. You talked about self-care. Mid-2021, I had a child, and no tips, no classes, nothing prepared me for the onslaught that I got with childcare. Like, I suffered severe burnout, and my business suffered because at the time I was a one-man business. By one-man business, I was the only person running my business. I was the salesperson, I was the social media person, and all of that. And the business suffered a lot. I feel like I'm still struggling to bounce out of that burnout. How does one really bounce out and come out stronger from burnout? And my third question goes to, I'm sorry, I know it sounds like a lot. My third question goes to Career Asset Management Representative. So in cash gifts, my son got a total of 173,120 naira in cash gifts. And my husband said to me, you are the mother, do whatever you like with the money, buy diaper, do whatever. And so I kept the money in piggy vest, But now I want something more permanent, something that, I don't know, is more safe, I feel, that, where I can really keep the money, and then, it grows, maybe when it grows older, that kind of stuff, and I can always add to it on a monthly basis. What particular plan can I subscribe to? I don't want a variety of plans. I get easily bogged down by things like that. What particular plan can I do that is safe, average risk, and is also long-term? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should come here. Let's come to this row. Let's come to this row. Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the training and the coach and all we have learned today. My question goes to our coach, Sam Obafemi. He said something during his lecture. Sorry, my name is Engineer A.S. Yunusa. I'm a structural engineer and I'm a manager in a real estate company. So he says, never meet a person and leave that person without collecting his contact. It's a warning. My question is this, sir, can I have your contact? And you have my business card. Our Madam Liz Taylor, our coach, you said every successful person have a coach. I want to be successful, and I need an access. Can you be my coach, personal coach? And Madam Nancy, you have expressed how access and coach elevated you to this stage. Can you also share the privilege with me? Thank you very much.
I think that one is pretty straightforward. To also have access, you need to do what will also create access. Getting these people to is not free. I hope you know that. So if you want a coach, you're going to pay for it, you're going to invest. I do same. So I think that's quite straightforward. Okay, we've done this one. Let's come back. Hey, see hands here. Let's come back to this place. If we come back here, how many questions do we have now so that we can just answer? I'm looking at our time.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Benjamin Teka Yebe, head of operations, Jim Creed Ventures, and I'm also the treasurer for Jim Creed Farmers Cooperative Society. My question is for Jaiz Bank, actually. We just recently opened an account with your bank, the cooperative account. We're trying to get a facility for an LPO. It took months, although our account is open now. the export firm itself now has been getting orders. So I want to know, do you process more than one facility? As in, can we process for the LPO and also process for the exports? Thank you.
Okay, let's come back to this line. To this place. Your name and what you do, quickly.
Yeah, good evening.
30 seconds.
The whole audience, and I'm Dr. Saliu Akokia, Medical Director, SAR Medical Clinic and CEO, SAC Integrated Services Limited. My question goes to Jais Bank. I had a disappointment last year when I wanted to open a branch of my facility in my place in Auchi and Agenebode. I gave somebody a check of Jais Bank. They said they don't know Jais Bank. I was shocked. So with your introduction that you want to open a branch in Edo State, please, I want to beg you to please open in Agenebode or Auchi. Madam is here. Madam, please hold Oga Jais to that you must open in our place. Because if you even look at the location of, like we said, the impression that it's an Islamic bank, 80% of my people in Edo North are Muslims. So please, I want to solicit Nancy and Madam, Dr. High Chief, they should put in Agenebode and Auchi, please. Thank you very much. And secondly, I one of the pioneers that opened Jais Bank 10 years ago. I've never gotten any facility from them. But because you have expanded your facility now, which I have seen a lot of things there, I want to please, we will be coming to have a lot of investment partner with you, particularly with my association, because I'm in charge of the business partnership in my NMAFCT branch now. I don't know whether you can encourage partnership with the association, because I saw your something with Kado International Market. But I wanted to come to your head office that day, but then I said, when I now saw you, Salisu with Nancy in that 10-year anniversary, I was that I must be here. And I want to thank Nancy for that your beautiful advertisement. Over the past 1 month now, that thing has been on air till up to yesterday. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless AIT.
Thank you. I just wanted to just a quick point. You said Jais has never given you a facility in the last 10 years. Have you approached them for a facility? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
My wife and my kids. We have all our banks. They're with me and my family.
Okay, okay.
Corporate, single, account, everything current.
Okay, I just wanted to get that. I think let's come here then. We'll answer some of those questions, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mr. Ifeanyi Chukwu George. I must appreciate everyone, especially the convener and all those who have spoken to us so far. This is a wonderful meeting. I've learned a lot. But I have a question, and it goes to Mr. Fife. You made mention that everyone needs a coach. And then Mr. Sam also said something about influence. I want to get a reconciliation. You know, why is it that coaches in Nigeria don't leverage on influence and they charge a lot? Truly, all of us, we need coaches because there are potentials we notice in our lives and we are not too sure of what to do with those potentials and it makes us confused. And so for that reason, we need coaches. But the issue is that to get a coach is very expensive. And then when someone says something about influence, leveraging on influence, I don't see coaches leveraging on influence. Instead, they talk more about money. Okay. So that is my first question. And then the second question goes to our auntie who is from the CBN. She says something about CFI. And then I wanted to know why CFI is only for artists and musicians and celebrities. Why is it not extended to those who are doing educative sessions, coaching sessions or teaching sessions via social media? There are a lot of people who are teaching for free, you know, trying to help out, and then I am one of them, you know, trying to help people resolve their unhappiness. I want to know why CFI is not extended to people like us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think let's take this round of questions, then if we have time, we'll come back again, because we've spent a lot of time here. I think I'll come last because the first question, how do I unlock? Let me come last. Let me allow our speakers to speak. So where do we start from first? We have interventions to CBN monitoring and evaluation. We also have Jaiz Bank. I think we should allow Jaiz Bank and CBN to speak. So Jaiz Bank, your question quickly, just answer those questions.
Okay, good evening. Just quickly, let me just reaffirm the fact that in our MSME department, we have about 4 units so that we understand the whole thing. We have the SMEs unit, we have the financial inclusion unit, we have the agency banking unit, and the partnerships unit. These are all under the department that I headed, and we use that to engage customers at different levels. So for the questions, number one, let me take it from that of our father from Edo. Yes, my ED has said it, even though Edo is not part of our plans for this year, but this is very well noted, and hopefully we'll see what we can. I will communicate this back to them for next year. So I want to assure you that the bank is very much committed to expansion, and that's why we're even going to the whole license. Then for the LPO and export window for opportunity to do more than one financing, well, for anyone that knows banking business, the key thing here is about the obligor limit and your capacity to take. So as far as your business have the capacity to take and you have the required collateral or security arrangement for it, I can assure you that we'll be able to attend to that. Then the last one is regarding the question from our mommy regarding issue of 500,000 and above. I only made a reference to that. What is happening with the National Collateral Registry, there is provision that movable asset can be financed, can be used as security for financing. So what we do is up to a certain limit, up to, in some instances, up to 10 million if we are buying equipment for you, that can serve as a collateral or maybe your existing equipment and other valuables. So it all depends on what you need, and I can assure you that the issue of fixed asset has been de-emphasized for these categories. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, can we get a mic to Ms. Jumaima over here so that she can answer quickly on the issue of a central bank monitoring and evaluation of those interventions and the one from Sci-Fi. That's the Creative Intervention Fund. That's what it means.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening once again. Maybe I'll just talk on the collateral registry question. If I got her right, she was asking about ideas too, right? If you could bank it. So intellectual property can serve as a collateral, okay? Is there in the act that established the registry. You can get it there. So it's part of what you can bank as collateral, but I'm not sure that PFIs are using that now, for now, yes. So secondly, the question about proper monitoring of these interventions, I don't know where he got the idea that they're not being monitored. As I said earlier, these interventions are onwardly lended through PFIs, okay? We do onward lending through deposit money banks, participating financial institutions, and they bear the credit. So there's proper monitoring in conjunction with these PFIs. Central bank carries out proper monitoring right from when the business is even at its moratorium period. We monitor to ensure that these businesses are using the funds they collected judiciously for the purpose they collected it. We monitor to see when they start paying back the loans. So there's intense monitoring activities going on. We have development finance officers around Nigeria. I hope you know there's central bank everywhere. So these DFOs, development finance officers, are constantly going out to monitor the projects that were funded. I think you're satisfied with that?
Yeah. Then sci-fi. The question
Yeah,
is
sci-fi. Okay, good. I take that as feedback, okay? Yeah, in as much as we can't do everything at the same time, but I'm taking that as feedback. We hear you. There's a lot going on in that space, a lot of coaches here, and I'm pretty sure that you have clientele across the whole wide globe. So we're taking that as feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think the next question, Okudili can answer the one on plan for your child and all of that, if there are things, plans, investments, classes. Can we get a mic?
Investment outcome is a function of the amount of money you want to put out, the rate of return, and the duration. Given that your child is still small or is still of a toddler possibly, I would advocate that I may possibly not want to give this child when he's knowledgeable and possibly an adult. So that could be when he's age 18 or 21. So my possible advice is that you look for long-term investments. Now you could start with a savings bond, a federal government savings bond. The last auction for August was auctioned at 12.1%, and for a 3-year term. So that could be a possible investment outlet you could use. If you buy from the federal government savings bond and earn 12.01% that is paid quarterly, what I would urge you to do is that as you receive the coupons, the dividends that is paid quarterly, that you reinvest it to have the impact of compounding work on those funds. But do you think you want to take more risks? Then you could also consider doing equities. And maybe I would recommend an MTN. Why I would recommend an MTN is that, one, MTN has become a utility provider that everybody depends on. Now, broadband penetration in Nigeria is still at infancy. We have not gone anywhere. And data and connectivity would drive economic activities going forward. Today, MTN is also a bank. They have a payment service bank license. So everywhere there's an MTN presence, they are also offering banking services. Banking services that comprises almost all services you know a bank provides, except creating of loans. So that's who MTN is today. And going by their performances, by quarterly published records, at half year, they've generated a revenue of over 1 trillion naira. So for a company that have that kind of massive capacity, I think you should also participate by being a shareholder in that firm. And they pay dividends every 6 months. For half year, they paid all shareholders on the 28th of August. And shareholders will also expect another dividend possibly by March or April next year. But as you also receive these dividends, please reinvest them so that you can have the effect of compounding. If you compound this for the next 10 years, your 120,000 naira will be a fortune for you in about year 18 or year 21. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought I would hear a round of applause. And I hope that the woman that asked, yes, I hope you're satisfied now with the answer, but I also hope that every other person is listening and taking that investment advice, because it's not just for the small child. I hope you understand what Okudili mentioned, the savings bond, you can invest as little as 5,000 naira. Yes or no? 5,000 naira you can get into this space, and the government pays you quarterly. The highest amount is 50 million. So you will not tell me that 5,000 naira you are going to use and drink beer outside will not get you. I hope you are learning something. I just needed to say that so you don't think that he's only answering that woman. And if you have children, you better know what to do. Make their lives better. So thank you. I just needed to say that. Okay. I'll come to you, Fife. How do you come into your purpose and other questions that... Very hard question.
Well, they are not very hard.
Okay.
But I'd like to start with Mr. Ebele's question, the secret to unlocking influence. How have you been able to do it over the years, and how are we able to do it? Remember, influence is one metric of prosperity, and you really need to learn the heart and the science of influence. If you saw my slide, I put something about persuasion versus coercion. When it comes to influence, a lot of people think you can coerce people, into making them do what you want them to do. Politicians in this part of the world, have mastered the art of coercing people or manipulating people, when it comes to voting and all of that. But it's really about persuading people, letting them know what is in it for them, right? It's about being interested in people before you sound interesting to them, right? So when you take that route, about being genuinely interested in people, people are going to open up themselves to you, particularly when they know that you have their best interest at heart. It's also about asking genuine questions. Everybody wants to feel like, they have knowledge to dispense. So when you ask questions, somebody wants to help, even if they are not correct in their answer, but at least you give them a privilege to be open and to be able to speak to you. Also, you may want to practice what I do, and I think it's because that's my name, is the love principle. I generally just love people. So I'm able to relate from low level to the topmost level you can imagine, and I'm grateful to God that I'm able to, influence people at any level because, I generally just, love people. And Victoria Taiwo, the HR lady, you asked, how do you come into your purpose? It's not a very difficult question, yeah? Because there are many routes, to answering that question. It's like wanting to answer the digit from 0 to 10. If you have to add only 2 digits, how many do you add to get to 10? 0 plus 10 is 10. 9 plus 1 is 10. 8 plus 2 is what?
10.
7 plus 3 is what?
10.
6 plus 4 is what?
10.
5 plus 5 is what?
10.
So there are many routes to it. However, there are what I call speculative routes, which I'm going to explain, and the revelational routes, which actually gives you specific. So when it comes to the speculative route, one of such is the one you shared about somebody saying, focus on the present, challenge and make the most of that. As you are doing it, you get to know yourself more. You get to know your values, what you care about. So that's one way, to finally get into your purpose. The other route, is the passion route. What are you passionate about? What are the things that tickle your fancy? It could be a pointer. But don't forget, these are speculative routes because if you're passionate about speaking, speaking is one skill that is very versatile. A lawyer needs speaking, a pastor needs speaking, a coach needs speaking, a public speaker needs speaking. In fact, the housewife needs, everybody needs speaking. So if you're passionate about speaking, how do you then know, if just speaking around, is your purpose? But, the passion route also gives you an inkling as to what your purpose can be. There is also the problem route. The things that really gets at you. What you think you're a solution to, other people would not have, the same challenge. Let's say, for instance, you don't like seeing dirty environment, right? It's always a problem to you, and you feel like you're a solution to that. Somebody else does not see the dirt. You're saying this place is dirty. They're like, this is America, So there's a passion route, there's a problem route, there's the present challenge route, and the last one, which is really the revelational route, is what I call the potter's route, right? From the principle of the potter. Because the potter that makes the clay knows the intent for which he's making the clay, right? So if you can get to a place of silence, and I don't want to just throw spiritual terms around, if you can get to a place of silence, trust me, there is an inner voice that wants to tell you why you're here, right? You must be disciplined to engage that voice, right? I was discussing with somebody earlier on about the fact that there is always, a signal broadcasting. But if you don't tune your channel, right, to be able to pick that signal, trust me, God is speaking to every one of us. I mean, He's our Father. He wants to show us the pathway, but sometimes we are clogged in our minds by the hustle and bustle of every day, which is why even sometimes when you work with a coach, the first thing we want to help you do is to gain clarity, before you even begin to forge ahead. So it's not a bad problem. It's a good problem. you can, use some of this route to still arrive at your 10, right? And you said we need to reconciliate, between the charges that coaches ask for and then leveraging influence. I don't understand what you mean by leveraging influence from your question, but correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I think you're saying, that so if I coach you, quote and unquote, for free, then I can leverage, your contact. You can open me up to, if that's not what you mean, can you please clarify so that, I attend to it properly?
Amounts that they usually do charge. You understand me now? So that's what I'm saying, that if influence is actually working, then a coach who knows that he's influential and has influence over a lot of people should actually subsidize so that he will have more people having access to them. That's what I mean.
Very simple,
thank you.
Very simple question. I thought you were talking about having access to your network, and I was going to tell you that no be today, right? But I hear you. But let me say this. That's why access to the coach is not only about physical interaction. We have products. We have things that we put up once in a while, your blog posts, sometimes, post on LinkedIn, sometimes even product like books. Liz has some books here. Sam has some books here. I also mentioned my book that is online. You can get that for way cheaper than if you're going to tie me down for an hour, right? Because I have to prioritize and I have to practice what I preach, right? The question is, how much is my hour worth, right? As we were here, I was just discussing with somebody that want to engage me, for similar purpose, not even coaching. It's a startup, and they want me to coach the people. And I said, well, if I'm going to do a full day, because Nancy can testify, my rate for coaching fees is $200 per hour. And that should have even increased. Because guess what, like Sam said, I was the first chairman of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria. So we've been around. But it's not about the money. Get this, right? Because every time I meet people, they're like, why are you not coaching SMEs and all of that? And I'm like, I help SMEs in many ways. I sit on the board of a business school. This morning I've spoken to 120 entrepreneurs. I do all of that. But if you're going to tie me down, better make it worth it for me and you. And as a matter of fact, I screen the people I coach. If you don't have what I call a big, hairy dream, and I have a name that I call my clientele, I call them brave hearts. If it's not big enough, if it's not daunting enough, I really don't think I will be involved. There might be somebody else that might be interested in that, but not me. Do you understand? So how do we reconcile that? Access those other things, you'll be able to get into the thought pattern, and the strategy of the supposed genius of the coach. And then, in fact, you may be able to get a discount if you approach me quoting some of the things, that I've shared in my book, and it shows me that this person is interested in me. Don't forget, everybody responds to interest. Everybody, right? So I just wanted to say that. Also, to add that the reason the charges are high, you heard, Sam is doing his doctorate. Liz, you heard all those schools. When I went to Harvard in 2012, it was expensive. It's still expensive. So I'm reaping the ROI on my investment, right? Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah. I think you're getting something from what Coach Fife said. You've got to invest in yourself. That's the simple truth. If you invest in yourself, you get the returns back. Okay. Liz, you want to speak about some of the questions? How do you come out of a burnout? I need that right now in my life after this spabam.
Okay, it's a very important question, because burnout is something that everyone in their lifetime will go through. I've been through burnout, so I'm speaking from personal experience. Now, my personality is one that I'm a giver. I always want to help. I read so much, so I have an idea of an answer to your problem. So I'm the one that will wake you up in the morning. Have you eaten? Have you, so I carry your problem on your head. So we now compound that. You now have like 12 people I'm working with at the same time. So I'm asking 12 people, have they eaten? I've not eaten. And then after 21 days, I now fall sick. I can barely talk. I can barely function. That's actually like a mini burnout. Now, one of the things I have learned is that this word made up of 2 letters, N-O, no, is very holy. It is very holy and it is very precious. And there's nothing wrong with it. No is not saying I don't like you. It's not saying you are not important to me. It's not saying I'm looking down on you. It's saying at this point in time, I cannot do this with you. Yeah? And no is founded upon the fact, 2 things. I'm setting boundaries. When you enter a plane and the air hostess is talking and they're talking about the safety measures, they will tell you that when the oxygen mask falls, put the oxygen mask for yourself before you put on your own child. Because when you are so engrossed in putting on your child and you don't put for yourself, you will die. And the child will still die. So set boundaries. We need to become people that make a habit of setting boundaries. Now, for me, people who are close to me know that I do not pick up calls after 8 p.m. It's a boundary I've established because of balanced self-renewal. I don't pick up calls before 9 a.m. I don't pick up calls after 8 p.m. because I know I'm not saying you should implement it. I'm giving you, the reason I'm being open and vulnerable is because I want to tell you these are things I practice myself. The whole day is going up and down, up and down, up and down. My brain is going, woo. If I do not, you're laughing, it's true. My brain actually does woo. If I don't come back home and be quiet, right? When I sleep, I'll be dreaming of people. I'll be walking in my sleep. And that is the fast track to burnout. So you need to start and sit down and restructure your life. You need to know the things that are important, the things that are nice to have, the things that are need to have. And then go to Stephen Covey, time quadrants. Put those things where they need to put them. And have the personal courage to prioritize your day. Read Brian Tracy, Eat That Frog. Prioritize your day. Because burnout and the lack of boundaries and not being able to say no could be one of the reasons why you are not your best self. You're not your best self. Then also release the power of routine. I live my life in routine. I wake up at the same time every day. I sleep at the same time every day. I can set my life on, I can set the clock by what I am doing. At this point in time, I know what I'm going to be doing. Some people say, oh, but that's a very regimented life. It works. If it works, work it. If it works, work it. So you have a child, right? You have a child. So you now need to sit down and think, okay, this is what life now is with this child. My paradigm has changed. I'm no longer it's not just me and Honey. When it was you and Honey, it's an entirely different story. Your life has changed. You're now having to bring a different human being. So what does that human being need of you? How do you now plan your day? Time is finite. Resources are finite. Because burnout is saying you are giving out more than you have stored inside. So, how do I now store more inside and not give out everything? If Jai's Bank, all the depositors' fund that was coming in, they were using it to give us, all of us, 100 million, right, for our business, what will happen to Jai's Bank? That's what many of us are doing. We're not leaving anything for ourselves. There are some times when I go out to speak, By the time I get home, I can barely talk. If I just continue, I'll wreck. So you need to, I always say, go back. Why? Why is this happening to me now? Did I not say no? Did I overdraw from my accounts? Then find out what are the things that replenish you. I was speaking on a panel yesterday, and we're talking about this thing, balanced self-renewal. There's this lady, she's in her 60s. She used to be a lecturer. She's now a coach. And we're talking about balanced self-renewal and burnout and all what's not. And all of us on the panel were talking. And she said her own is hip-hop. Everybody turned hip-hop. And for her, that is what calms her down, pulls her together, and helps her reset. You understand? Now, for you, find out what it is. It could be music, right? It could be reading. For me, a cup of tea at the end of the day is just the start of that's my wind down routine. And then my brain now starts to massage itself. And I start to remember the things I did during the day. I remember the things that I need to schedule for tomorrow. And it starts to become sweet. And then I now know, okay, I told this person no. Maybe that no could change to maybe, or let's have a conversation. Do you understand? Now, I have found out what works for me. You need to invest in yourself to find out what works for you. Yeah. I don't know if that's helped somebody.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sam? Oh.
My guy has answered.
Okay, Gaskia. I see that we've spent so much time here. It's already 6 o'clock. And we've been here since morning. And I'm taking advice from Liz now. The advice of burnout. For me, for example, I've been on this for the last 3 months. What you're seeing right now is a vision of the last 3 months. And thank you for that. I will tell you that I didn't just create this 3 months ago. I've had that this is what I wanted to do, just like I said in my keynotes at the beginning. We can't answer all your questions, but like I said earlier in the morning, if you want to be part of our inner circle, my inner circle, you've got to go and register on the website. And Coach Fife said something earlier, and he knows that I've had this conversation with him about being premium or not being for premium. And I told him, I said, there is no one, or there are few people that are catering to this cadre of people. I can see a lot of people are anxious, that anxiety is there to ask questions and all of that. But that is why I've now created the Nancy Nigeria Circle, so that what you see me see on the show, we'll try as much as possible to make it practical for you with the assistance of my friends. Because these people are now more than coaches. Please, a round of applause for them. If I'm to pay, I can't pay. Oh. Do you understand? Because there's nothing as valuable as time. Keeping people here from morning till night. And you are here at a free event. So I think they really deserve a round of applause for what they've done today. So if you want to continue, if you want that personal development, the next step starts with you. We've given you the foundation. So the next step now lies with you, because we can't take all if we take all the questions here, we won't go home today. NEPC will close their office. We've tried for today. If you want to continue, just go to our stand and make that commitment. And I can also assure you, with the promise of my friends here, we'll structure something, just like Fife has said, and Sam said earlier, and we will come back. It may not be a physical, it could be virtual, but we'll have something with you. Am I on course, friends? Yes. Now, these people you've seen here, they didn't just come to speak to us today and just go. You heard Coach Sam earlier. Someone said, will I get your card? Know what influence also means. and don't use less influence. Because there's one thing to have access, there's also another thing to service that access that you have. And that brings me to the first question that Ebere asked. And I must commend Ebele. Ebele that asked this question is visually impaired. And Ebele has been someone I've known now for like 3, 4, 5 years. He has a program. He will not say that he's visually impaired. He's not seeing us here. He doesn't even know what I look like. He just hears my voice. And he understands, he watches my show every day. And he came to me years ago. He does a program every year. I think every November, Ebele, isn't it? Put together with raw materials, agency, and all of that. And that gave Ebele access to me. But I can tell you what Ebele has done in the last 3 to 4 years to maintain that access with me. And he has undiluted access to me. So what I'm trying to say to you today, that how do I unlock the minds of kings? For you to be in a king presence or in a queen's presence, you must have the quality to be within a king's presence or a king's presence. Queen Elizabeth has died. Not everybody will go for her burial. So unlock the qualities and the values within you that can put you within the presence of a king or a queen. Anything that you need to do, first it must start with excellence. If you are wondering how I've done it today, this is not a story of today. This is a story of 22 years. 22 years. So you just started seeing me on TV some years ago. It started from when I started coming into my own. And my parents started discovering, this is where this girl wants to go to. And they did not disturb me. And I've maintained it. That was what Fife was saying earlier on. You can't also be everywhere. So maintain your lane. But as you maintain your lane, be the best in your lane. When it comes to business today, with all intents and purposes, I'm number 1 in Nigeria. Other people are number 2. I don't know. Yeah. Why? Because of what? Excellence, focus, and discipline. And these are the values that people will see outside and they will respond to you adequately. And those are the things that bring you also before a king or a queen. So you may be doing a 9-to-5 job. If you like, you're supposed to resume work at 8. You will come in at 9:30. My team, they know me, they are here. Yes or no, they know me now. MONEYLINE team, they are here. They will come in. You are already sowing seeds. When things come up tomorrow that you are supposed to be called in a room, you will not be called in a room because of your value, your quality, and what you bring to the table. So as you go away from here today, have it in mind that are there things that you need to learn, which you've learned here today? Are there things that you need to unlearn? Shed them off. As you're going out of that place, shed it off. And are there things that you need to relearn? If you could be a one-man business, how are you doing your business? When people talk to you on the phone, how do you answer them? Things like that. So I think I would leave it. I also want to say one thing. If you have access, know how to service your access, or know how to service your influence. I'm someone that is also big on gratitude. No matter how, I'm always grateful. I go back and I'm grateful to those that even look up to me. I'm always grateful to them. It could be even handkerchief. I could buy, this. You may think that big men around, they don't need gifts. Come on, it's even the big men that you need to service more. Because you would think they have everything in the world. No! That your handkerchief may be something that they value. So don't say, Nancy has everything, what will I give her? Oh God, that thing that you gave to me is what I will cherish. So I need you to take these things back. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much. I don't know how to thank you. But that this masterclass is exacerbating. Now that's not the word. What's that word I'm looking for? The English has failed me now. But yes, I've taken so much. I've learned so much. And I hope to also get better after this. So I'm not just even talking to you. After this, my husband, I will try and get better with anger management. And some other things. But I want to say thank you very, very much, Coach Fife. Thank you. Thank you very much to Carry Asset Management. The GMD had to fly in this morning from Lagos. Thank you. Thank you very much, Listelo. You did not disappoint me at all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jais Bank. The MD designate is not here. In fact, while I was seated there, he was chatting with me. Dr. Sirajo was chatting with me and asking me, Nancy, I hope the event is going well. That I just landed in Kano, I hope it's going well. That shows commitment and dedication. Nothing beats that. And with that, I will say I'm grateful. Sam Obafemi, thank you. The octopus, you've shown us the different dimensions. And thank you for teaching us those different dimensions today. Thank you. AIT, hey, I don't know. It's a big truck. Big truck. Whenever I have that brainwave, I'll go to Madame Tosin straight away. This is what I am planning. And she gives me support 100%. And not just her, the whole of, see Atidupe there. Atidupe is the head ED, Executive Director, Northern Operations, that communications, thank you. The whole of that, the instruments, starting from even the founder himself, the support. And that is what we are saying about influence and access. You may not know these people. Check the people you know around you. Those people, begin to look at them in different ways. I am. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Bookmetrics, thank you. NDPHC, thank you. NEPC, Jesus. For a government organization, for me today, a government organization opening on a Saturday, that shows, I don't know the dimension. Thank you. I know where ED, the CEO, is somewhere, I think Onga or something. But I know he will get the feedback. NDPHC, the managing director, in fact, the managing director, they came on board, was it a month ago or so? He came on my show, and I was like, seeing him off. He was like, Nancy, that's your program you have. I was like, I said, I'm planning something. He said, we're on board. Straight away. Just like that. So I want to thank them. And I want to thank everybody. I know that this is not vote of thanks, so this is just my own. My MONEYLINE team, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Central Bank of Nigeria, Hey. What will I use to carry the bag of thanks for Central Bank? That is one organization that I'm not marketing people now, but that is one organization that a lot of people don't understand. And I must tell you that the CBN is doing a lot now because of the mismatch that is happening in our economy. I understand this thing, so take it from me when I tell you that if we have a functioning economy like Johnson Chukwu mentioned earlier, the CBN will not be doing many of the things they are doing today. But that the CBN is doing what they are doing today is because of we are not aligned, where we are just staying on one leg. So you can imagine if we are all staying on three legs, what would happen? So thank you very much, Central Bank. Thank you so much. And I know you will take my thanks to the director, Mr. Yusuf Lila, and also the Central Bank Governor. Thank you very much. Who else again? My volunteers. Thank you. I can see you all. Thank you very, very much. Volunteers for this event, I appreciate all of you. Who else again am I missing? MC. Yes, I have to thank MC. See the way he's looking at me. Ben, thank you very much. This is one guy that I've always also shared the stage with. We've anchored many, many events, Abi, and this will not be the last. Yes, we've anchored many events together, so thank you very much. What else again am I? Erisco Fudu. Hey, the chairman is in Lagos. Anything that is associated with AIT or MONEYLINE, Erisco Foods doesn't joke with us. And I want to extend our gratitude. He does business with us. He does everything with us. Thank you very much, Chairman, wherever you are. And I know that you have this message. Thank you to our caterers today. Thank you to Cars. Cars Prince. Yes. Thank you to Cars for today. And I think finally, before I go, my husband. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is one man that he puts up with me every day in the house, so he knows. And I would say that is also my number one fan and my number one critic. So everything you see on TV, he watches my show every day. Every day he records it. He watches it in the night. Before he comes to bed, he must watch it. And he will tell me, sometimes when I'm on air, he's sending me messages, honey, fantastic show, honey, good show. Sometimes when I come back, he'll be like, this one, you were not your best like that. I say, yes, I wasn't my best like that. It's only you that will know, but people watching will not know. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, participants. Like I said at the beginning, 2 powerful ideas that have come alive. Pabam, and the second one is you. So thank you for attending. Thank you. And God bless us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our panelists just remain seated because after the official vote of thanks, that was the unofficial one. After the official vote of thanks, we'll just do a picture at this point with a few people, and then we'll go ahead to take the other pictures. Yeah. We'll also do the national anthem to formally close. Let me therefore, I want to find out, if they say, does solar.com have an app? Seller.co. Does it have an app, or is just the website? Okay. So is the seller, just go to this. So once you go there, you use your microphone, okay? You don't sell to one person now. They also locally.
/HMRO. That's Saudi, England, London, America, Russia, Canada, Ottawa, / Hungary, Mauritius, Rwanda, Orange.
All those one, no Angwang Kurmi for inside. There's nothing like Maraba Nyanya anywhere. It's too foreign. But thank you. So let me invite Leslie Austin to come and do us the honors of vote of thanks.
Sorry, I just, I just asked Nancy, just in case there's somebody in the audience that really needs coaching and is thinking, oh, that price is too much, I'd like to give maybe 2 persons a bonus, independence bonus, right? 50% discount, but you really need to have something big you're working on, all right? And then my phone number or my email address is fifebanks@fifebanks.com. fifebanks@fifebanks.com. You have to make up your mind before 12 midnight tonight, not to pay, but just to, tell me, okay. And my phone number is 070-664-33477.
Okay, they don't rush phone number. They know they rush out.
Sorry, 070-664-33477.
So they should send you SMS or WhatsApp?
SMS, yes. Just send your name, and all of that.
Other coaches too are available too, but it comes at a...
So we have plenty coaches like this, and Super Ego is looking for coach. Super Eagles, we have been looking for coach since. Coach Sam. Super Falcons. Madam, you coach them.
They are better now. Are they not better now?
Huh?
Are they not better than Eagles? Yes.
Find me on Instagram, Lizspire, Lizspire. That's actually the best way to contact me.
Follow all these speakers on social media. As you follow us, do that immediately. It's just a click.
So a lot of times, you actually find out that if you go through our content on social media, a lot of the questions you have will be answered.
Answered them.
But then when you have extra questions, you can now send a DM.
They have a table outside.
Thank you very much. Please, this discussion will continue as we go.
Yes.
In the car.
Carry a set of stand outside.
Leslie, please, let's clap for him. He's tall and he has a golden voice.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for all of yourselves, first of all. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of MONEYLINE with Nancy and my boss, Chief Mrs. Nancy Naji, it is fair to conclude that this event has been a success, and it is because of each and every single one of you that is so, and we really, really are grateful. We are grateful to our honorable speakers for sparing their valuable knowledge and their wisdom with us today. Thank you very much. The time, the effort put into today's discussions and presentations are nothing but top-notch expert research. And honestly speaking, I'm pretty sure every single one of us is going back feeling much more valuable than the way we came. Please put our hands together for ourselves. I also wish to express our hearty gratitude to our partners, the CBN, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Niger Delta Power Holding Company, Jais Bank, AIT, Ray Power FM, IAM, Erisco, Car Sprints, Cowrie Assets Management, and of course, Brook Matrix Photography, whom in one way or the other have contributed to the growth and the success of this event. Please, a round of applause for all of our partners and sponsors. I must also mention our deep, sincere appreciation to our special guests, dignitaries, and you, our participants, for gracing us with your presence and also leaving your comfort zones since morning to be with us here for hours. And I know, like I said before, this event has been worth your while, and I hope to see you all and your friends and family at the next edition. If you believe there's going to be PABAM 2023, please put your hands together. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this doesn't happen overnight. The wheel started rolling months ago. It required planning and a bird's eye for every detail. We are fortunate enough to have a great volunteer team and, of course, a very motivated, super talented, hardworking, and dedicated team of the MONEYLINE brand who know their job and are results-oriented. Please, a hands of applause for the MONEYLINE brand. Once again, I would like to thank each and every single one of you. So have a safe trip home. And as the event is coming to a close, please, every single participant, you could, just where you took your tea break, you could just line up and then get your bags and your dinner, not lunch anymore. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Please clap for him. It's not time yet for dinner. So I said, please, can we sit down? Can we hold on? Please, hold on. We need to close formally. When I'm MC, we close formally. So this is what will happen. We will take the picture, we'll take the national anthem, and then we'll go out for the presentation of certificates. Then you can take your dinner and either eat here if you are in a hurry, or go home and eat it if you are not in a hurry. My name is Ben 200, half human, half amazing. It's an honor being your MC. This is what I do for a living. And I am actually for sale. So our panelists will take the picture, and while they are at it, we will take the national anthem and we'll continue. Make sure you make friends, and remember we are classmates. Masterclass 001. Yes, you remember the hashtags and win 10,000. Okay, we'll announce the 10,000. Did you snap? You snap yourself or your neighbor? So let's invite Oga, join too now. Please, Oga, you know you are the chief panelist. Please join them, join them. Oga, Madam, go. What God has joined together, Pabam cannot separate. Remember to buy our books. We have books at the foyer. We also have Erisco tomato paste. They have seasonings and many other things. Buy the books. Read them. Smile, smile. It means it's a good thing we are doing. Smile. All right, our sound people, are we ready for the national anthem? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's take the national anthem. Thank you very much. Remember, we're taking certificates outside, and we're also taking pictures.